Good morning. It is almost noon. I almost didn't start until noon. I I'm not even fully awake yet, guys. I just started my first cup of coffee. Yeah, I was up all flipping night, all night. I got to sleep. I think 4 4 or 4:15, and I got up at like an hour ago. But yeah. So let's get the day started here. Good morning, hello, you got afternoon, good evening, wherever you are, worldwide. Let's uh, let's take a stroll. Let's take a stroll on over to X because there's a bunch of stuff going on. By the way, we're going to try and get Donovan Lamb back on either today or tomorrow is what I'm pushing to do. Because there's some stuff going on in the beef industry that we we we're going to learn about this morning, and I would really love to get his input on this stuff. So we're going to try and arrange this too sweet, pretty much, and see what we can do with this. Let me kill my cam so that we can make sure that the videos will play without a problem and we don't get any hiccups. And let's get started. Yeah, Wall Street Apes update on the Texas fires. There are extreme similarities to what we saw in the aftermath of Lahaina Maui fires. Why are temperatures so stinking hot that street signs have melted? Aluminum has melted, street signs and steel. What's going on here? Satellite photos from... There we go. These before and after images here. Total neighborhoods just decimated or scorched to the ground and with trees still standing. Normally, if something were to explode like a piece of equipment, it would blow outward. Why are things melted inward? When you look at the damages that have occurred here, it's just gone, completely gone. Nothing left but ashes on the ground. Texas Panhandle wildfires have burned more than 1 million acres. Actually, it's 1.5 million acres. And counting. People dying in their homes, they can't get out, roads being closed because they can't escape. Could it be direct energy weapons causing this extreme heat and damage? Remember, this is all happening, and it's hurting cattle ranchers the hardest. Over 88% of all beef production comes from the Panhandle of Texas. These fires could forever change the beef industry in the United States. I can't transcribe it all due to X's text limits, but this is an insane listen. Now, this is Redacted covering this, and Redacted puts out a lot of good info. They do a lot of great research. I don't always agree with everything that they put out, but this is an important topic, and we need to cover it. Here we go.
Strange is happening in Texas. Besides millions of illegal immigrants pouring across the border, the state is dealing with the largest fires in Texas state history. Right now, going on as we speak.
As crews fight on, the largest fire in state history remains only 15% contained. The Smokehouse Creek fire torching more than 1 million acres, hundreds of homes, and leaving at least 2 people dead. While the cause remains under investigation,
we still have no idea what's going on. And that accounts for a number of fires across Texas that we still have no idea, that are still under investigation 2 and 3 years later. So many years later, still under investigation. Really? Okay, some of them they held down as dental, but many of them are still wide open. We don't know what's causing these fires. Why, if something were to explode like a piece of equipment, it would blow outward? Why are things melted inward? Why are temperatures so stinking hot that street signs have melted? Aluminum has melted. Street signs and steel What's going on here? People dying in their homes. They can't get out. Roads being closed because they can't escape. Many are asking why now, even during a snowstorm. I mean, this footage you're seeing here on your screen, it's snowing. This is overnight. Snow, wildfires in Texas. This is all happening, and it's hurting cattle ranchers the hardest. Over 88% of all beef production comes from the Panhandle in Texas. These fires could forever change the beef industry in the United States.
I have witnessed and observed some extraordinary damage in our state. It could be caused by hurricanes or tornadoes, and frequently when you see the aftermath of that damage, there's some semblance of a structure that is still there. When you look at the damages that have occurred here, it's just gone, completely gone. Nothing left but ashes on the ground.
Texas Panhandle wildfires have burned more than 1 million acres as fire crews continue to battle those flames. A new fire popped up in Hutchinson County just last night. People who live in the small town of Sanford were forced to leave their homes, but they are now back this midday.
As fire crews make slow progress containing the largest wildfire in Texas history, tonight they are now battling a brand new fire in the Panhandle. Late this afternoon, a new wildfire emerged. The Roughneck Fire has forced the evacuation of the small town of Sanford. So far, it has burned about 100 acres and is about 15% contained.
Little calf here, I don't know if he's going to be all right. His feet are burned really bad.
No.
A lot of them have been blinded by it. It burned their eyelashes, eyelids, everything, and just burned all the hair off of them. Their feet are coming off, their hooves,
Oh,
bloody. It burned their udders. And, you know, even if they survive it, more than likely they're going to get pneumonia, they're going to get sick, they're going to die. And we've already had to put some down. It's better than letting them suffer and just die. It's extremely hard to see them suffering. I mean, they're just, like I say, I've raised some of them since they were babies, you know. It's just hard.
More than 85% of cattle in the state are raised in the Panhandle, where the Fields Mailer Ranch is located. State officials called the impact to cattle and crops catastrophic.
People, of course, drawing very strong comparisons to what happened in Maui, as you know, perhaps because we don't get answers from our government. And we start to look at comparisons here in the past year to what happened here. Total neighborhoods perfectly fine, yet adjacent to ones that aren't. Look at these satellite photos from these before and after images here. Total neighborhoods just decimated, scorched to the ground, and with trees still standing. Multiple fires.
Are there anything
blue?
Anything blue survive?
Oh, you're reading my mind.
Painted the cattle blue.
DEWs, directed energy weapons. We don't know. We don't have an official response yet.
massive fire at a Texas dairy farm that killed 18,000 cows last Tuesday. Fire officials say a piece of equipment used at the farm is to blame.
It's like a broken record at this point because there's more, seems like every week. Listen.
Now, the fire did break out just before 5:30 this evening on Montdale Road in Scott Township. The meat packing plant was fully involved. Explosions were heard as flames took over the structure.
Yeah, last year was all the chickens and the eggs.
Yeah.
Another food processing plant fire happened yesterday in Montebello, California. California has experienced its share of devastating processing plant fires. Back in April, a massive fire at Salinas, California broke out in the key agricultural region where tens of thousands were forced to evacuate their homes.
Some internet sleuths are doing the heavy lifting for us. So we wanted to put this on the map on the screen from ZMaps. This shows the alarming rates of fires at manufacturing plants, grocery stores, food pantries, farms, and grain factories. It's likely that over 100 of these fires have taken place just this year.
So President Biden, of course, raised a lot of eyebrows. And I certainly was curious when he said this about the roofs of homes, and he's specifically talking about Texas and these wildfires.
If you fly over these areas that are burned to the ground, you'll see in the midst of 20 homes that are just totally destroyed, one home sitting there because it had the right roof on it. And anyway, since I took office, FEMA's provided Texas alone.
He knows he went off script for a moment, you know?
Yeah.
And he looked over and then he went back to his teleprompter, you know? So what roof is right for a fire? What roof is correct for a fire in Texas right now that could have prevented this? Well, a lot of people.
Blue roof, Alex?
Yeah, maybe a blue roof. Of course, many people have said directed energy weapons were to blame for this. Of course, I have no evidence of that. But is President Biden hinting at that when he said that these people's roofs were fine, or that they had the right type of roof and that's why their house survived? So what exactly are they? Because a lot of people say, no, there's no such thing as DEWs. They don't exist. Well, yeah, they do. All you need to do is go to Northrop Grumman's own website. You read all about directed energy weapons that they've developed with the help of the Pentagon. The high energy laser solutions defending our nation at sea, on land, and in the air. The U.S. Navy even made a video about how these directed energy weapons work. Here's successfully firing the solid test laser. And of course, people were sharing online the other night those videos, those images of the green lasers coming from outer space, saying, is this what they saw?
Thanks to our largest research and development budget in the department's history, we are advancing critical technologies to maintain our military edge in areas such as hypersonic weapons, directed energy, and autonomous systems.
Well, yes, directed energy weapons do exist. Were they used in this situation? Who's to say? Many people online are saying, well, clearly now that Texas has stood its ground against illegal immigration, is going to stop the flow of illegal migrants across the border and push back against what Democrats want, that this is a stick in it to them. So they're launching directed energy weapons. Again, I have no proof of that whatsoever. But when the president makes comments about a roof and they have the right types of roof, that certainly raises eyebrows. Go ahead, Dave.
What is the blue roof? Is that just because it refracts the laser?
Laser weapons can be programmed for different wavelengths. There was something blue they didn't want to burn.
Down Front Street. I heard that people were jumping into the ocean over here. Coming up on Waikiki Brewing and Waikiki Brewing.
He might have burned down in the fire.
Looking up.
So I remember if we go through Dave's thousands of hours of videos, me sitting in chat talking about direct energy weapons and Dave saying to me, do you have any sauce on this? And me dropping a whole bunch of links into the chat that day in regards to the direct energy weapons. And that was about 7 years ago. 7 years ago, I was talking about these weapons. Okay. When I started doing my own podcast in regards to the truth, I was showing this stuff. Everybody told me I was crazy. I was nuts. There's absolutely no way that this stuff exists without everybody knowing about it. Well, guess what? This stuff has existed for longer than you can imagine. And this government is using it against its people. The United States government has declared war on its citizens. The corporation that runs Washington, D.C. has declared war on the American people. Wake the fuck up. This tells me the system of cheating has been dismantled. Trump wins Hawaii. Yep, that's a big step because Hawaii was considered a blue island. Yep. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough blue on Hawaii in order to stop it. All this time, everybody told me I was crazy. I didn't know what I was talking about. You didn't think I learned anything while I was in the Corps? And that I didn't keep a watch after I left the Corps of the crap that they were up to? Bobby D says, no, she didn't. Oh, yes, she did. Holy moly, truth bombs incoming. Happy hump day. And as always, feel free to retweet this to trigger a liberal. There we go.
They say I'm an Uncle Tom. I'm an Uncle Tom. That's true. I am an Uncle Tom. Uncle Tom was a man of God. So let me tell you something. A black liberal ain't nothing but a house Negro. I said it. Drop the bomb. Boom. A black liberal ain't nothing but a house Negro. Y'all so pressed to keep that welfare. Y'all so pressed to stay in Master's house. Y'all so pressed for Master to swear up and down that Black Lives Matter and that y'all need Master and Master need y'all. Baby, I'm not on the field grinding for mine. I don't need nothing from nobody. I got Jesus. Black liberal is nothing but a house Negro. I said it and I meant it. Al Sharpton, all of them. Those are overseers of all the house Negroes. They manage them. They keep them intact. This is what Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson do. They manage all these house Negroes. They find new ways to keep them on board. They find new ways to keep them enticed. They build new incentives. LeBron James, house Negro. Stephen Curry, he turning into a house Negro. Snoop Dogg, super house Negro. These are nothing but house Negroes. Let's call a spade a spade. I'm an Uncle Tom because I'm a woman of God. I'm an Auntie Tamisha. Because I'm definitely serving the Lord. I don't got nothing to do with none of that. I don't need to be voting in this and voting in that and putting in a president who's telling me if I don't vote for him, I ain't black. I'm calling a spade, and I don't care who don't like it. I really don't. If you can call yourself a Christian and you white, I don't care what color that person is. You have no right to withhold the truth from them. And if you do, you're selfish. You want to make an exception for them. You are doing a disjustice to black people when you do that. And I'm letting you know that to your face. White liberals, stop it. We are not your pawns. We are not a charity.
I think people are getting sick and tired of it. You know, what's it take? What's it take? What's it take? You know? Yep. I've been having an interesting conversation with the maestro here, Stephen Walker, who was on yesterday. And, and he's been sending me information all morning. And basically, talking about, the link to Nazis in his home country and the attempt for denazification is real.
They say I'm an Uncle Tom.
It's getting crazy. Let's see. Is this the one I wanted to? No, that's not the one I wanted to play. Because I played that yesterday. All right. Libs of Lit TikTok puts out Michelle Angelic Pinata. Yeah, I think that's how you say it. Was arrested in Texas after she entered our country illegally. She's wanted for numerous brutal homicides where she dismembered people's bodies and even removed their hearts. Biden's open border allows dangerous criminals like this
We
to
begin
roam in
at
our
the
country.
ABC 7 Alert Center with a breaking news and a warning. You may find the details of this story disturbing. A woman accused in Mexico of several murders and body dismemberments, even removing victims' hearts, is arrested in El Paso. And within the last 10 minutes, ABC 7 obtained this arrest photo. She is Michelle Angelica Pineda, also known as La Cheli. She was wanted for 5 murders in Juarez. She's also suspected of being involved in several other killings. Investigators say she crossed illegally into the U.S. and was operating on behalf of the gang Artistas Asesinos, or assassin artists. The FBI says Pineda was known for extreme brutality, dismembering bodies, removing hearts, and placing the hearts in front of Santa Muerte statues. Authorities say they found guns, machetes, and fentanyl, as well as other drugs at the motel. El Paso's FBI says several law enforcement agencies worked together to arrest Pineda at an El Paso motel.
Yeah. They're getting in, though. They're getting in from every which direction. All right. This is an interesting one. This is Red Pill Drifter put this out this morning. Thousands of Americans trapped in Haiti. U.S. Marines deployed. Americans, along with Canadians, are trapped in Haiti. Haiti has been overrun by cannibal gangs. And I talked about this yesterday, that there are cannibals and people. That's another thing people need to realize. There are people on this planet who eat other people. It's no longer just a joke. Okay. That, you know, we used to talk about the pygmies used to take and they boil the bodies and everything else. Understand something. This shit has been going on for thousands of years. All right. And yeah, this kind of evil needs to come to an end. And I think it's going to. That's my personal opinion. But, you know, and Americans and Canadians are hiding for their lives. U.S. military has been deployed. Let's check it out. Take a listen. Here we go.
In a major crisis situation, they are now trapping thousands of Americans, and thousands of Canadians are now trapped right now. This is happening currently. The U.S. military has been deployed for this situation. There are evacuations going on, but they are extremely limited, and people are in dire situations. Thousands of Americans are trapped right now. All right, so let's get into the details here really quick for me, guys. Hit it up for me down there. Hit that like, hit that subscribe. I'm posting multiple videos a day, keeping you guys updated. Let's get into the details here of these thousands of Americans. And I'm going to play a clip of someone's personal account. And this guy is scared to go to the grocery store. He's scared he's going to get kidnapped to go to the grocery store. They are trapping thousands of Americans right now, and the military has been deployed to deal with this situation. Very serious, and it's getting worse by the day. Thousands of Canadians are also trapped as well. So let's dive into the details here. All right, this is what's going on right now. There are thousands of Americans and Canadians that are trapped inside of Haiti right now. I'm sure you've heard about what's going on. I've been covering it the past week. The country is at a tipping point, and the country is collapsing. This is a major crisis, and there are thousands of Americans and Canadians that are stuck there right now on the island and cannot leave because the airports have been taken over by these gangs, and these gangs are being described in some parts of the media as, quote, cannibal gangs. That's how they're describing this situation. So this is very serious. And this American, or this Canadian here, I'm going to give you his account on video in just a second. He's worried he's going to get kidnapped if he goes to the grocery store and gets food, and he's running out of food, and he's scared to leave his home right now. All right, this is happening, and we are essentially helpless to help these U.S. citizens right now. The entire country has been taken over by this gang, and I'm going to show you some very suspicious things going on with this gang as well. The imagery and the symbols that this gang leader is wearing is very suspicious and very strange. I'm going to show you that too in just a second as well. But let's dive into this news here. All right, the U.S. military has been deployed for evacuations of the U.S. embassy. All right, the situation is so dire that we had to deploy our troops into Haiti to get the embassy staff members out safely, and they had to be evacuated by helicopter. This is what's happening. This is how bad the situation currently is. And we had top advisors warning that we could even send the Marines into Haiti soon. All right, that's what top national security advisors were telling the media in the past few days. Okay. But we have the military being deployed to evacuate these embassy staff members, and we have thousands of Americans trapped there and Canadians. I want you to listen to this guy. This is a Canadian citizen who went there out of goodwill to teach people how to farm and create a farming program. He's been there for years trying to teach people how to do this, and now he's in the middle of this situation where he's worried him and his wife are going to get kidnapped if they go to the grocery store by these, quote, cannibal gangs. And there's videos going around. I don't want to even describe what's happening, but it's SHTF. It is what SHTF, you do not want to be there. It is hitting the fan hard there. All right, so listen to what this guy said. Very tragic, and let's hope this guy gets out safe, because he is trapped right now and he doesn't know what he's going to do.
For this Canadian caught in the middle of it, there is no escape. Desperate for a way out, David Rocheleau has been unable to get a flight out for a week now.
Right now, the
The bandits they're just shooting up the airport every once in a while to keep it shut down.
Rochlo is here to help train farmers, a project years in the making. Now he's sheltering away from the chaos with no clear way out.
For the moment, we're fine. It's if we have to go to the grocery store and get some supplies, then we're screwed. Or, there's more information that gets out. We could be kidnapped while we're going down there or coming back.
On the ground, gangs launched attacks on police stations today.
All right. So that's what's going on. And then this leader, right? This is insane. You can't even go to the grocery store or you're worried you're going to get kidnapped. Right? And this leader here, he is threatening the prime minister of Haiti, and he is out of the country right now. And he's telling him that he shouldn't come to the country. It's hitting the fan in Haiti. This is extreme, and it's very sad and tragic what's going on there too. The country is entirely collapsing. Okay. And something to mention too, we allow 30,000 people a month coming from Haiti and a few other countries, Venezuela, Haiti, a few other countries. All right. Haiti's in the mix. Up to 30,000 a month can come from Haiti. It's on the list, approved to get amnesty and everything, approved to come. Not even just they come illegally. They're crossing every month. 30,000 a month are approved to come through this program, and they can fly over and everything. All right. So it's sad for the people there, but there also could be very extreme national security risk that are coming over as well in the midst of this. And they could do the same thing here. They're shutting down the airports, shutting down the infrastructure. And this leader, check this guy out. This guy's wearing some very sketchy clothing and jewelry, right? Look at this necklace he's wearing. Something's going on. This is weird. Why is this guy wearing this? This is the leader of all this chaos going on in Haiti. Why is this guy wearing this necklace? And then check out his ring. He's wearing this ring too. I'm not saying it's something, but it looks like something. It looks very suspicious, very weird and strange. Not sure why he is wearing these symbols while he's doing all this. In some of the pictures, he's covered in stuff. He looks like he's in the middle of a war, but he's still got this necklace on and this ring on for the photo shoot. Very weird. What's going on here in Haiti? What's actually going on? This is sketchy. And we know that there's sketchy things going on with children in Haiti as well that are exported out of the country. All right. We've seen people, very high level people in the US that got caught doing that, moving children out of Haiti illegally. This happened a few years ago. This was somebody that was affiliated with the Democrat Party. All right. And they were moving children out of Haiti illegally, not approved. And they got caught and everything for it, charges for it and everything. So there's a lot of sketchy, weird stuff going on in Haiti, and it's coming to the US, right? Intel officials, even the White House is worried about this major influx of people coming to Florida, right? They're worried that we're going to see thousands and thousands of people come by boat to Florida because it's really not that far. You can hop on a boat and be there in a few hours, right? And that's what's happening right now. People are going to start moving north as soon as this chaos eases up a little bit and people can leave their homes. Right now, nobody leaves their home because they don't want to become a target. You heard that guy. He said he doesn't want to give them any kind of information that could lead to his kidnapping. He doesn't even want anyone to know that he's at this house and he's laying low. All right. This is why it's so important to have preps and stockpiles so you don't have to leave your home for at least a few weeks if there's ever a major emergency. Right. And another thing in Haiti that's different than the United States is that they do not have rights to defend themselves. They do not have access to that right. So most of the people that have access, if anyone has access to weaponry, it's most likely illegal. Like all these gangs, all their stuff's illegal. And then the citizens do not have any means of self-defense for themselves, right? So this is what's going on. It's a collapse, and that's how you're going to survive in these situations, is to just bug in, honestly, is to get in a nice situation. You don't have to be out in the middle of nowhere, out in the woods, even just a half-acre property in the suburbs or something, just something. So you have a garden, you can have a few chickens, and you have your stockpiles ready to go. That's what's going to keep you alive for a long time, right? Having stockpiles of food, rice, medicine, water, all these things, gas. That's what's going to keep you going. And that's how this guy is surviving in Haiti. He's just staying inside and laying low, right? So that's the strategy, is to be prepared preemptively. I bet this guy's wishing, I wish I grabbed one more 20-pound bag of rice so I didn't have to leave for another week, and we can just eat rice and beans for one more week, and I don't have to deal with this chaos, right? I bet this guy's thinking that, and that's what everyone's going to be thinking. I'm even going to be thinking that when it really hits the fan in your neighborhood, in your state, your country, right? And it's coming here, and they are going to allow, people are going to slip through the cracks when we absorb this crisis from Haiti, okay? And things are getting so bad that there's calls from the international community for the U.S. to deploy the military to Haiti permanently. I'm telling you, they're talking at the highest levels about deploying the Marines to Haiti. Specifically, they're talking about getting the Marines in there and special forces to take over and get back control of these certain regions, because they really don't have their own forces. And the prime minister himself is hiding out. He's in a hideout away from the country. He's not in the country right now. All right. So this is something the U.S. could get sucked into this very easily, and it's not far from our country, and bare minimum, we're going to absorb it. Right. So we're kind of stuck in the situation where it's, do we respond or do we not respond? Because maybe if we don't respond, it might make the situation even worse. Okay. But if we do respond, and then we're going to have to, then more people are even coming here, and then we have more domestic issues. Or do we deploy our military in another country and have another permanent military presence in another country around the world? It's this dilemma that we are stuck in right now, and it's going to keep happening, right? It's hitting the fan all over the world. These less fortunate countries, they're imploding, right? They're not able to absorb this chaos like the U.S. We have the largest economy. We're able to take a lot of hits. They're not able to take these massive swings, these ups and down cycles that we've been going through. They're not able to take all this inflation, everything. Just people starving all over the world from this crisis. And we're able to absorb a lot of the impact, but they aren't, right? Their countries are collapsing all over the world, and they're coming here, right? So very perilous situation in Haiti. Let's hope that this situation improves, because this is chaos. This is martial law with gangs, and this is what we are worried about happening in the United States, right? These foreign gangs, these foreign militias, these foreign military units being activated, taking over the airports, taking over the banks, taking over the police stations, and causing chaos in the United States as well. All right, so please hit it up for me down there. Make sure you're getting prepared, get stocked up, get ready. All right, this guy is just trapped in his home for weeks. All right, this is not a situation we want in the U.S., and let's hope we never get there. So thank you guys. Pray for Haiti. Perilous situation.
All right. So, going to put this out there. In regards to Haiti, we were reporting on it yesterday. It's got nothing to do with fear mongering or anything else. What it's got to do with is informing people of situations that are going on around the world that basically need to have eyes on. Okay. I don't give two shits who it is that's putting the information out there, as long as the information is getting out there. That's what's important. I don't care if you fucking like the person or not. Okay. Facts are facts where it comes to, especially to Haiti, because we know Clinton Foundation's direct connection to Haiti, what's been going on there. Okay. We know about the prison break. Okay. That was not a release of 4,000 prisoners. That was a breakout. Okay. The walls of the yard were completely obliterated. Okay. The yard is where they would go outside to exercise. The wall was obliterated. It was a prison break. Nobody let them out. Okay. They broke out. Okay. Somebody broke in order to cause the breakout. Okay. It's that simple. We were shown last week how an entire section of that wall was completely obliterated. Nothing left of it. Okay. Normally you would see a pile of stone or something like that, but nope, not even that. It was gone. The wall was gone. Okay. I would say it was probably 180 to 250 feet wide. A section was gone, and it happened when the prisoners were all outside. So at that point there, they took control. Okay. And that's just the way it goes. Okay. And listen, I don't play things in order to create fear or anything else. What I do is play things in order to create awareness. Okay. Situational awareness is ultimately important. That was one of the first things that I learned in the Marine Corps. Situational awareness. Know what is going on around you. Okay. Now we're looking at the United States. We're looking at all the things that are happening here. Okay. And we have to look at those countries that are closest to us. Okay. That are on our borders in order for situational awareness. We see Canada being scooped up and thrown into a communist, socialist type developmental country, okay, where they're losing more and more of their constitutional rights, okay. Now, they don't have the same constitution that we have, okay, but they're still losing their rights, okay. Mexico is just kind of letting everything happen, where the southern border is concerned. They're letting it happen. They didn't have to take those 20,000 soldiers away from the border, but they did. Okay. We know we got criminals in the White House. We know we got criminals in Congress and in the Senate. We know we got criminals in our courts. Okay. How in the fuck do we expect to wake people up if we're not fucking sharing the news? Okay, I'm putting things in front of you and you're sitting there complaining and whining about who in the fuck I'm playing instead of listening to the fucking news. What am I doing this for? Giving you 10 hours out of my day every day. Almost every fucking day. Giving you 10 hours of my day. To share information with you that is necessary to create an understanding as to what has been going on around this world. I don't care about other channels, okay? I don't care about what anybody's opinion of other channels is. Okay. What I care about is the information that they're giving accurate? Okay. And I do the research around it before I put it on my screen for you to see. And if I can verify that it's really happening, then I show it to you. If I can't verify it, then I don't. How about respecting me and what I'm putting in front of you instead of what your opinion of them is? I love you guys. I wouldn't be doing this if I didn't love you. If I didn't care about my fellow man and my fellow American, I wouldn't be doing this. And honestly, it doesn't make me mad. It breaks my fucking heart. All right, we need to get a laugh. So, Alex Stein, you better fucking do the job.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here in New York City at the Roosevelt Hotel with my wife's boyfriend. We're going to try to get him a free hotel room for the night because the migrants should not get priority over my wife's boyfriend. Let's see what they say. Oh, we're here trying to get him a room.
No, he cannot.
We're trying to get him a room.
Don't let him in the building, bro. Hey, don't let him in the building.
We're trying to get a room. We need a free room for him. No, wait. We need a room for him. Yeah, no, I know he. Wait, why not? No. We got to get a room. Hey, dude, he's not going to cook any rats. He's not going to cook any rats like these Venezuelans. Dude, we need a room.
Back up. You cannot come in here.
Come on. They won't give him a room. I don't know why they won't give him a room.
Let's go.
Yeah, let us get a room. Wait, is it because he's not Venezuelan? Is that why you can't get a room? Wait, I heard they got free hotel rooms. Are you paying for your hotel room? Guys, let's get him a room.
Let's go. Let's go.
Come on,
Let's go.
Don't touch me.
Let's go. Get up.
All right. Guys, hey, look, all these immigrants get free rooms, but they won't give my wife's boyfriend a room. Look, they get to come to America. You got a free room. Where are you from, Venezuela? Do you get free room? Do y'all get free rooms? Did you get a free room? Did you guys get a free room? How much did y'all pay for your hotel room here? It's free. Why can't my wife's boyfriend get a room?
Él es el que está grabando a los migrantes aquí afuera del closet.
They get a free house. Can you get a free house? Hey, I know, but you broke my microphone. I'm trying to get him a room. What? It's a hotel.
It's not a hotel for y'all, man.
Hotel. What about homeless people here in America? The fentanyl crisis, all the people overdosing. America has problems too, buddy. I mean, so ridiculous.
Okay, it almost worked. It almost worked. All right. We're going to depend on Queen Petty Lex to put a smile on our face. Just going to put this right here. Let's see what she's got to say today.
People love playing in your motherfucking face like you're not fixing to see through their ass. Move the hell out the way, Artie. Listen, let me tell you something. A lot of people are just like an x-ray machine. You can see clean through the bullshit. And sometimes you will not have physical proof that somebody is doing some bullshit to you, boo. They tell on themselves, and it's mostly those closest to you. And all you have to do is pay attention to them. They tell on themselves in the way that they talk, the way that they move. And you want to know who's going to be your best friend through it all besides? Come here. Not everybody needs to know this. Shh. Help me out. Get a little closer. Shit. So I can tell you. Damn. Your intuition. That's right. Your intuition is going to be the biggest friend that you have throughout the whole entire ordeal. Now get your hot ass breath out my face. Phew. Your intuition is not going to be scary. Your intuition is not going to have your emotions all willy-nilly all over the place. Instead, it's going to be all up in your face, calm, yet confirming. And the crazy thing is, these people don't think that you know who the fuck they are. Like I always say, the very hole that you think you're digging for me is going to be the very hole that you fall into.
Go.
It's just a matter of time, boo. Oh, wait, before I go, the difference between me and you, I don't need to do anything to get you back. Because evil destroys itself. Checkmate.
Just you and me.
You know I can't play that music. All right, Queen Petty Lex. She does do some funny things. She does. Hey, we were talking about the Panama Canal a couple of days ago. I want to show you guys how this system actually works. I've actually been down here a couple of times, and this is very, very interesting. How the Panama Canal was made. Now, this will give you an idea of what they have to go through. Now, the United States is the one who built this, okay, and we ended up selling this to your country for pennies on the dollar compared to what our investment was. The U.S. needs to take the Panama Canal back. Here we go. Oh, now you're not going to work. I think my computer's telling me to calm the fuck down. Come on. My computer's been trying to do an update, and I'm not letting it. And my internet's been like buggering me. All right, what the hell? Here, let's do this. Do a quick refresh and bring it all back up. Start fresh again. All right, let's move on down here. Okay.
I wanna stay forever. I wanna dance forever. I want you.
So it's going to show you a side map here. You see the side map that's up here? Okay. It raises and lowers these panels that basically block in the water, raising and lowering the water to certain heights. You see how the water drains, brings the ship down to this level. And this one will go, and then you'll watch the water level go down again. The ingenuity of building this was, it was an engineer's it was genius on how they did this. And they got ships coming from both directions. You see, they got them so that they can pass by, right? Okay. So you got one side empty and one side filling and everything. And very interesting. I thought you guys might like to see that. Maybe you didn't. I don't know. So what do you notice about this video of the Princess of Wales? What is it with these guys and all this music? Why is she curtsying like a dude? Freaky. Don't want to know, maybe. I think I just don't want to know. Okay, why is nobody talking about this? This is kind of interesting. There has been a influx of ransomware being used on certain medical systems.
The most massive breach of financial institution and healthcare data at the same time, and people aren't talking about it. I posted about this before, but Change Healthcare is a clearinghouse. It's what's utilized to process healthcare claims, and they had a ransomware attack. They're owned by United, and let's not talk about the monopoly that's there. However, now that they have been a victim of ransomware, they paid $22 million to get, pay off the bribe, essentially, and they lost the money. It's not making even a dent on the news stream. At least 1/3 of people's healthcare is not being paid for. Doctors and hospitals are talking about going on emergency funds, reserves, in order to weather the storm. it's been 2 weeks and hasn't resolved yet. If this goes on further, it could cause a massive collapse of the healthcare industry.
Now, why did I play that? Well, because what I did was I did a little bit of research into the ransomware, and it turns out that there are 13 different insurance companies, healthcare insurance companies throughout the country that are currently locked out of their systems because of this ransomware. Now, the question you have to ask is, how is this ransomware getting into these companies' computers? Okay, it's not always hackers going in to do it. Somebody is bringing something in and putting it on their computer systems, okay, and allowing a door to be opened for the hackers to get in there. Okay, and this is something that you know, for those of you that do have medical issues that you want to keep yourself apprised of. You want to, you know, it's not nothing to freak out about. However, it is something to ask questions about. If you have to contact your health insurance, you know, people to cover a procedure you're going through, a lot of you are going through a lot of different things right now. Okay, and you know, we just really need to pay attention. That's all. Okay, think about this. Think about this TikTok ban for a second. I don't think enough people are talking about the fact that 555 elected officials sat in a room, and the only thing that they could collectively agree on was, okay, let's go ahead and read this first. Not minimum wage, not the border crisis, not inflation, not healthcare, not helping out with the homeless problem. Nope. The only thing that they could all collectively agree upon was the problem for America was banning the app TikTok. Let's take a listen.
I don't think enough people are talking about the fact that 535 elected officials sat in a room and the only thing they could collectively agree on was not minimum wage, was not the border crisis, was not inflation, was not healthcare, was not helping out with the homeless problem. No, the only thing that they could all collectively agree upon that was a problem for America was banning the app TikTok. So while millions of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck, can barely afford rent, and are honestly struggling just to make it on a daily basis, these elected officials would not only rather take down the platform where these people can go and voice their disdain about what these officials that we elected are doing, but those also elected officials that we put into power care way more about making sure that their pockets are full so they can be richer than they need to, while a majority of us can barely afford eggs. So
the only thing all 535 members of fucking Congress can fucking agree on is to ban TikTok. That's it. That's the only thing. I heard him talking about raising the minimum wage. Can't fucking agree on that. Heard about him talking about trying to keep prescription drug prices low for people. Nope, can't agree on that. I heard him talking about the border. Can't agree. Can't even agree where the fucking border is. But when it comes to banning TikTok, line up, buddies. Bring that fucking Instagram and Microsoft money down here. Line it up here in our lobby. Oh, let me eat it up. I'm going to protect your privacy by banning TikTok. Don't you watch Risa Tisa? Don't you learn how to cook pasta right way? Don't you find out more about the history of this great nation? Don't you notice that this Congress, 250 years after the first Continental Congress convened in Philadelphia, has done less than any Congress in the history of this goddamn nation? No, the only thing this gaggle of 535 of the richest, most powerful welfare queens being paid on a government dime can agree on is that I can't watch fucking tiki-talkies. Suck my...
Well, I guess he told you. Yep. All right. Major measles outbreak reports in 17. Here we go with the 17 again. U.S. states as migrant shelters become infectious disease breeding grounds. States affected: Arizona, California, Florida, Georgia, Indiana, Illinois, Louisiana, Maryland, Minnesota, Montana, Missouri. I think I said that already. New Jersey, New York, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Virginia, VA. Hold on, VA. Virginia. Yeah, it's Virginia. Okay. Washington. Okay. CDC dates. Our data shows 45 measles cases were recorded in the first 2 months. Yeah. First 2 months of what year? Fucking idiots. Give us all the information. American cattle ranchers are exposing that they've all been sold out. They're at risk of being run out of business, and your meat is being imported. And Donovan was given a warning about this just a couple of weeks ago when we had him on the last time, and I'm in the process of trying to get Dave and Donovan to give me a time so that we can get him back on for another interview. Here we go.
We used to make fair amount of return on our cattle, but the industry has changed dramatically with the government allowing the consolidation of the meat processing business. 4 companies, giant companies, got together and decided to roll that up, consolidate it, and that's just business. But when we get on the other side of it and we take into account the ramifications on our national economic health, it has a very detrimental effect. Our government allowed 2 giant companies controlled by foreign governments to come in and acquire. One of them is controlled by the Chinese, and they bought Smithfield out of North Carolina. And the other one was a Brazilian company that came in and bought up one of the other major players. So now we have an industry, 85% of it actually has been consolidated and rolled up and controlled by 4 companies. 4 companies now are dictating who gets what, where, and when. DC, but nobody thought our government would let 50% or more of the beef processing be controlled by countries outside of the U.S. It comes down to our own food source security. The geopolitical situation we find ourselves in, why would we want to have an antagonist own 25% of our meat processing? It makes no sense at all.
Just speaking truth there. You know, I feel for these guys. Okay, Nicole DD shared this with me this morning. I'm going to share it with you. Here we go.
Now more than ever, we're short of workers. We have a population that is not reproducing it on its own with the same level that it used to. The only way we're going to have a great future in America is if we welcome and embrace immigrants, the dreamers, and all of them, because our ultimate goal is to help the dreamers, but get a path to citizenship for all 11 million or however many undocumented there are here. Now more than ever, we're short of workers.
We aren't short of workers. No, we're not short of workers at all. We've never been short of workers. You know, that's where part of this shipping companies to other countries has you know, that's where that rumor mill started. Well, we need to send this company over to here because we can't find the workers here. Well, yeah, because you don't want to pay people. Number one, you want slave labor. You want the cheapest labor that you can possibly find, thus turning around and putting out a lot inferior products. And yeah, there's a whole bunch there. All right. I need a minute. So we're going to play something a little bit longer. Redheaded Libertarian puts out Josie Goes Off on Transing Kids Agenda.
There was a study that ran from 1989 to about 2005, and it followed boys with a sexual identity disorder. It started with them having their sexual identity disorder at about 5, 6, 7, 8 years old, and then no intervention, and then through adulthood. It turned out that 88% of these boys outgrew it with puberty. Puberty is the cure for gender dysphoria, so 88% outgrew it. Some of them, 40 to 44%, were gay. And they just were trying to deal with that. They didn't understand why they were gay. So those are 2 big numbers to come out of that study. There's one study published in PubMed. 60% of mothers of boys with a sexual identity disorder have a cluster B personality disorder themselves. That's a narcissistic personality. That's Munchausen's by proxy. That's borderline personality. That's something
Cluster
where
B?
cluster B is the type of
Is there
personality.
a cluster F?
It's the
Cluster F.
puberty that sparks that change, because that means that they're targeting before that.
Yes, it gets more sinister than that when you get into girls. All right. So 80% of girls have autism. 80% of girls with a sexual identity disorder have autism. And there is a percentage of boys that have it as well. I just don't know that number. Also, 50% of girls with a sexual identity disorder were molested as children. So what they're doing is they are targeting gay boys, autistic girls, sexually assaulted girls, and also if you go to Canada, they're targeting fosters and indigenous. So who are they trying to sterilize? They're trying to sterilize the autistic girls, the sexually assaulted girls, the gay boys, the indigenous. There's signs at the border for migrant children who might be trans to go get sterilized. So do you see the larger agenda here at hand? Do you see this depopulation agenda at hand and who exactly they are targeting?
In California, if you're in reality, you just are fucked up because you went through a lot.
Can you imagine telling a child that, like a child who's just believes in everything magic and wonderful, and you're like, oh, if you're sad right now, you're confused, you were born wrong. Like, can you imagine how that could fuck up a child? So 1 in 3,000 have a sexual identity disorder. Okay. You know, you have those mothers, those cluster B moms, and they go to Congress and they're like, oh, my 2 trans kids. You know, the chances of that? 1 in 9 million that you have 2 trans kids. And that keeps growing. It's impossible. You're going to have to go into multiverses and still there wouldn't be enough human beings for you to have all the trans kids.
That's the 1 in 9 million number is assuming that there's no social contagion. I would imagine that's
Yes.
purely genetic, but the reality is it's more than 1 in 9 million. So there's some other reason.
It's not just a social contagion. Well, no, what she's saying is that it's more than 1 in 9 million in that to have a single parent with 2 kids that have the same
1 in
issue.
9 million chance.
Yeah.
Yes, 1 in
But
9 million.
but then there's also recently there was a story that went viral. I think it was 3 kids, and all of them were transitioning to the other gender, and it just becomes so evident at that point that you have a mother who's withholding love,
Yes.
and only offering it if the kid goes along with her preferred
That's
paradigm for
cluster B.
their future. So
And they target children who are looking for family, who are looking for love, who are looking for community, and they sell them that with the LGBTQ community. It's a cult. They take you from your family. They say, oh, if your family doesn't respect you, they don't
You have to
believe
cut
in
them
what you
out.
believe. They cut you out of your family,
It's
and then
cult 101.
exactly. And they have doctrine. They have saints. You know, they have people you can't question.
Within America now, you have your child taken away from you if you don't agree with their gender
Yes.
that they want you
They
to be
have
in
that-
the particular moment that they want to be.
They have that in America too. These are called trans refuge laws. So there's 25 states that don't have these. They have like what Florida has, where you can't trans your kids here. And then there are 13 or to 15 states now that have these trans refuge laws. And what that says is if my child is like, hey, I think I'm a dude, and she got herself to, or anybody helped her get to Minnesota, who has them, for instance, they could start her process of transitioning, give her the puberty blockers, can do the surgeries, they can do all of that, and they wouldn't extradite her back to me. She'd be like property of them, because it would be child abuse on my part to have not recognize that she is a boy. So she'd go into essentially that foster system, and then they're attacking the fosters where it comes to you can't be Christian. You have to abide by your foster child's sexual identity. So it has that, and you know, it doesn't give your kid back to you. It's legalized kidnapping, it's legalized human trafficking, it is child trafficking that they're doing, and they've codified it into the laws of these states.
It would technically be smuggling. If the child wants to go, it would be considered smuggling. It's trafficking if the child does not want to go. You're
saying like children can't consent to that sort of thing either, though.
I think you technically legally, maybe you're right, actually.
Yeah.
No one under 18 can consent
historically, she was right. These new laws make it so that we're not right anymore, and that children apparently can consent in a way that supersedes their own parental guidance. And I think that's what's so disturbing about this.
That's a big statement right there. These new laws allow the child to supersede what the parent's directive is. All too much. Way too much going on. Oh, let's see how smart our kids in the country are at the beach.
Old as
I need a hot president, and I think it should be me.
Look, I'm very young, energetic, and handsome. What the hell am I doing this for?
Joe Biden sucks, dude.
He's raising prices, like, not it.
This old. He's not really doing man.
Take a look around you, Ellen. We're at the threshold of hell.
What has Joe Biden accomplished?
What has he accomplished? Nothing?
That would be correct.
Really?
Yay me!
How's Kamala doing?
Kamala? Is that the colored lady like me? I don't even know who that is.
I don't even know who that is.
Kamala Harris. What do you think she does?
Oh, it's a girl.
Harris, dude. She's running the shit from behind the scenes. She's pulling in strings like a puppet, bro.
No, you're right.
Define inflation.
It's bad.
I was paying $8 for a Big Mac meal a couple of weeks ago. I'm paying 12 for it.
People going broke.
It's not a big thing, okay?
If you were in charge, how would you handle the migrant crisis?
If they're not slaying the day, they could get the out.
We gotta get those illegals sent back home.
Like getting into bars when like girls get into bars easier than guys.
So you let the girls in first.
It's the only reason I like being a girl.
A sexist would say. How important to you is January 6th?
I don't know. I don't pay attention to dates like that. January 6th is very important because my best friend's birthday is January 5th. So that's the best week of the entire year.
I like it. It's a good day. It's a great day because I know who's gonna win. What happens on January 6th? That's when we vote.
Goodness, y'all. Bless his heart.
How's Donald Trump doing? He's cool, mother. Love that guy. He's good stuff.
I love you too, but you're not my type.
You want to say what's up to Jesse Waters?
Hi.
My mom loves you. Okay, and that means I love you too.
What's up, Jesse Waters? Come to spring break.
There was a study that ran from 1989 to about 2005.
Old as
I am not asking anybody to take a chance on me.
Okay, I didn't realize my mic was muted that whole time. So you didn't hear a damn thing I was saying. Okay, so 6306 11207. When you realize that all politics are fake, it's not just Vivek Ramaswamy who plagiarizes or Joe Biden who plagiarizes and has been plagiarizing since the 80s. It is even this fella here. I don't even know if I want to call him a fella. I should call him this felon.
I am not asking anybody to take a chance on me. I'm asking you to take a chance on your own aspirations.
I'm not just asking you to take a chance on me. I'm also asking you to take a chance on your own aspirations.
I haven't spent much of my life in politics, which most of you know, but I've spent enough time in Washington to know how much we need to change Washington.
I haven't spent a lot of time learning the ways of Washington, but I've been there long enough to know that the ways of Washington must change.
Yep, this shit's been going on a long time. Long time. All right. Okay. This is good. Okay, so we were talking about Haiti before, so let's get into it. Let's get into Laura Silsby. Okay, the Clinton and child trafficking in Haiti. Here we go.
10 Americans have been detained by Haitian police as they bus more than 30 children across the border into the Dominican Republic, allegedly without proper documents.
We had 33 children from the age of 2 months to 12 years. And in the course of the time frame we had them with us, obviously the entire team deeply fell in love with these children. They're very, very precious kids that have lost their homes and their families and are so deeply in need of, most of all, God's love and his compassion and just a very nurturing setting.
The Americans are Baptist church members from Idaho, and they were planning to take the children to the Dominican Republic, where they plan to establish an orphanage. The group's leader, Laura Silsby, says the group paid no money for the children and obtained them from a well-known pastor who heads a religious ministry in Haiti.
Our understanding was that we were told by a number of people, including Dominican authorities, that we would be able to bring the children across. I understand that. Sir, that's the mistake obviously we made, is we did not understand that there was additional paperwork required.
From the moment of their arrest, they had defended their innocence, saying they were just trying to help the children. And after 3 long weeks in jail, a Haitian judge believed them, granting freedom to 8 of the 10 Americans charged with child trafficking.
The court recognized that there's any evidence about their guilty. They are all innocent. That's what I can tell you. And the world has to know, after this issue, that this American, all of them are innocent. As I promised you that they will be free, 8 of them are now free.
The judge did, however, order that the group's leader, Laura Silsby, and another woman remain in custody. They were in Haiti before the earthquake, and their activities are the subject of further investigation. The group of Americans, most of whom are Baptist missionaries, were caught trying to take 33 Haitian children across the border to the Dominican Republic. It was also learned one of the lawyers defending the group was a man suspected of sex trafficking. Haiti's President René Préval defended the judge's decision and dismissed concerns the court had been persuaded by U.S. officials to set the Americans free.
The judiciary system is totally independent.
Silsby is back on American soil. She was freed by Haitian authorities after she was convicted of illegally trying to take dozens of Haitian children out of the country in the wake of January's giant earthquake. She cried as she greeted family members at the airport.
It was incredible. I just give praise to my God. I thank him for bringing me home. It was incredible. I just give praise to my God. I thank him for bringing me home.
Silsby said her faith had gotten her through the ordeal, but she declined to answer reporters' questions about what the last 3 months have been like.
You know, I'll talk about that maybe at a later time. Today is a day of celebration, enjoying my family and my friends, and I've longed for this for a long time.
In addition to her family, members of her church also showed up to greet her.
Their faithful prayers have meant a tremendous amount to me, and we just serve an awesome God. He is sovereign, and I just give all the praise and glory to him.
Now, I wonder what God she's actually talking about here.
She was originally charged with kidnapping and criminal association. Those charges were dropped for her and the 9 other Americans who were part of her group. They've also been released.
Huma was actually emailing Hillary Clinton email updates on the Silsby Haiti situation. In one of the emails, a plan to just take the children is even discussed.
Damn nabbit. I did it again. Sorry. The urgent need, the number of Haitian orphans is estimated to have increased by 300% as a result of the catastrophic earthquake this past week. Thousands of children have lost their parents and are injured, hungry, thirsty, and alone with limited chance of survival without help. The plan: rescue orphans from Port-au-Prince, Haiti. Friday, Saturday, January, NLCR team fly to the Dominican Republic. Drive bus from Santo Domingo into Port-au-Prince, Haiti, and gather 100 orphans from the streets and collapsed orphanages, then return to the Dominican Republic. So it wasn't just the 33. They were planning on taking 100. They had planned on taking 100. Okay. Bus arrives in Cabret, Dominican Republic at New Life Children Refuge. Laura Silsby, Teresa Colter, Carla Thompson, Nicole and Karina Langford. Paul Thompson's team from East Side Baptist Church in Twin Falls.
After being convicted of kidnapping 33 Haitian children who had families, Laura changed her name to Laura Gaylor and worked for the US government for Amber Alerts, a service which deals with missing children. Does that sound normal to you? Someone who's been convicted of child trafficking to be involved in such a service? Monica Peterson was the assistant director of the Human Trafficking Center in Haiti and was critical of the Clinton Foundation and its role in human trafficking in the region. She was later found dead of apparent suicide. Max McCobie served as James Alefantis' lawyer in a blackmail case against ex-boyfriend David Brock. In 2008, Comet Ping Pong wanted to obtain the permissions needed to operate and hold events later than midnight. One man who I mentioned in episode 5, Pizzagate, named Frank Winstead, claimed Alefantis was going to turn the neighborhood into a haven for rapes and murders. It was Michael McCobie that then chimed in to defend Alefantis and Comet Ping Pong, claiming that he would remove anyone that got in Comet's way. This all happened at a community meeting. Michael McCobie was the leadership advisor for Friends of the Orphans, and Max McCobie was the director of Friends of the Orphans. Both were personal lawyers of James Alefantis. Friends of the Orphans is now called NPH USA and is the non-profit organization where Laura Silsby took 33 kids from. Researchers noted that Laura Silsby had visited the White House multiple times, and each time she visited, one person visited the White House only a few hours later. Can you guess who? James Alefantis has a special privilege with customs when shipping live art, never having to even show anyone what he is actually transporting inside the containers.
Yep. Oh, okay. Pinocchio Joe.
I did not share classified information. I did not share it. With my ghostwriter, I did not. Guarantee you did not.
We also identified other recorded conversations during which Mr. Biden read classified information aloud to his ghostwriter.
Talked about that yesterday. Actually covered that that entire fiasco there. All right, I need to get a video on so that I can get up and stretch my legs a bit, and all that. Let's see. We'll start off with Melissa Redpill, and then we'll get into some others as well. So give me a second here to get a banner made for her, and here we go.
Every day, I wake up determined to deliver a better life for the people all across this nation that have been ignored, neglected, and abandoned. These are the forgotten men and women of our country, and they are forgotten, but they're not going to be forgotten long. These are people who work hard, but no longer have a voice. I am your voice. I wake up determined to deliver a better life for the people all across this nation that have been ignored, neglected, and abandoned. These are the forgotten men and women of our country, and they are forgotten, but they're not going to be forgotten long. These are people who work hard, but no longer have a voice. I am your voice. I wake up determined to deliver a better life for the people all across this nation that have been ignored, neglected, and abandoned. These are the forgotten men and women of our country, and they are forgotten, but they're not going to be forgotten long. These are people who work hard, but no longer have a voice. I am your voice.
Hey there, Patriots. I am trying to get this going. I'm struggling here.
I wake up determined to deliver.
Biden. So we're going to talk about that. But I'm so glad you're here. So let me know. Give me the thumbs up that you hear me, you see me. Everything's working well. So what I found out was that on the because we're trying to start streaming on Facebook, and I dare not put the link because I'll probably get banned. But I really want to try to be over on that digital battlefield. And so what I want you guys to do, I'm going to show you the page there, and so if you guys can go over there and so you guys hear me, right? You guys hear me okay? Everything's working this time. So I want you to go over on Facebook. Go to facebook.com/Melissa Redpill. Like I said, I'm not going to be putting a link on my website. I'm not going to be putting a link over on Telegram. I'm not going to, because if you do, then that's what happened before and I got banned. Okay. So go to facebook.com/yay. Thank you. I'm so glad. This has been such a challenge for me. Anyway, let's go to facebook.com/Melissa Redpill. Okay. And so, I've been banned so many times. I'm like, if something doesn't work, I'm like, what's going on? And actually, pray for my Twitter because I don't know what I've done. I hope I'm not hitting a snag on that because the only way I can access it on my laptop, I don't know what's going on, is to go on with a Tor whatever window. What do you call those things? A private window. So that's an interesting thing. But let me see if I can show you what is going on over there. This is the make sure you're over there. You guys check and see if it's working. Is that the one? No. Okay, let me pull it up over here. All right, so let's see if it's working over there on Twitter. Yes, we are. We're working. Welcome, Twitter people. Thank you for being so patient with me because I was trying to get this working on Rumble too. And so anyway, so if you can, you guys go over to Twitter.com/Melissa Redpill. It's probably x.com/Melissa Redpill. I don't know, maybe whatever. So if you can please go over there and like and share and all that over on that, and we can help. That can help us to get on this digital battlefield everywhere we can. So and to keep good information coming out because people are, not everybody's on Telegram. I love Telegram, but that's not really where a lot of the normies are over on Facebook and Twitter. So if you guys can help me out, that would be so great. Like I said, I'm not going to be putting the links anywhere. So you guys have to go and type it in yourself and x.com/Melissa Redpill, facebook.com/Melissa Redpill. All right, so let's get started. Let me see if I can put this back. Okay, so here we go. This is such a challenge. All right, so this is, of course, our wonderful president, and this is today before her went to testify before before Congress. He resigned. Did you guys hear that? He resigned. He says, I'm out of here. So, okay, what does that makes me think that he possibly, think with me, he possibly wanted to bring charges. But imagine yourself in this position. How is he going to bring charges if he knows that he will never be able to get any jury, DC or anywhere, but this would have been in DC. I mean, and all it would have done was ruin him, and he wouldn't be able to get justice. He wouldn't be able to get, he would have been lambasted. Lord only knows what they would have done to him if he had brought charges against Joe Biden. But he knows that what he put in this report is damning. It is, either way, it's damning. If the man did this willfully, retained these documents and shared them with people, these classified documents, that is damning. And if he is, incapacitated, whatever, not able to stand trial, that also is damning. And one of the things that you might not have heard about that they talked about it today in the trial, in the hearing, the congressional hearing, was that Biden had, in his whatever lawyers or whatever, had gone and back to him when they first saw the report before it was released to the public and said, we don't want you to release this. We want you to modify it. And he didn't. This is very, very interesting. Okay, so the other thing I want to show you, and I'm going to get to the end before I get to go to the beginning, is did you guys know about her in the Bible? Have you guys heard about her? H-U-R spelled like this. Now, of course, they many times use Yes, it just started because I'm struggling, but thank you. I'm so glad you're here, Darcy McDaniel. Anyway, but yeah, her was a faithful patriot, a faithful assistant to Moses back in the day. And so when they were fighting the Amalekites, her went up and he was, Moses was holding up his arms. As long as he would hold up his arms, that the battle would go toward, they would start to win the battle. But if his arms went down, they would start to lose the battle. It was that obvious. So they said, we got to keep his arms up. So Aaron, the high priest, and her went up there and held his arms up because his arms were just so tired. And notice, I really like this picture because he's sitting on the stone of destiny. He's sitting on the stone of destiny. This is huge. There's so many things, so many moving parts. It's just super, super cool. But the stone of destiny is the one that Jacob found, the pillow. Remember and it's the first step in the ladder to heaven. And they carried this from then on. And this is the one that Moses struck and the water poured forth. Well, they would sit on this stone, and whoever sat on it was coronated to be the king. I'm getting to go there. I can't even believe I'm going to get to go to Tara, Tara, where the first kings, the king and queen, from the two Zara lines, Pharez and Zara line from Judah, were married in Tara, Ireland. I'm going to get to go there. Oh, can't even believe it. Anyway, so that's going to be in June. Anyway, so yeah, so whenever they would sit on the stone would cry out to say, this is the king, and in this case, it was Tia Tephi. So super, super cool. And of course, the bad guys stole. The usurpers stole the stone, and they've had it in the throne that they built. Is tucked in this. It was their number one most prized possession. Anyway, I love this story so much. I love it so many to pieces. But this is what he is sitting on, this amazing stone that connects heaven and earth. And the Bible says that stone was Christ. So it's an amazing stone. They said was their number one, like I said, number one most prized possession. He's sitting on this stone, and her is holding up his arms. Does that mean her is a good guy? You tell me in the comments. What do you think? What do you think? Tell me what you think. Yes, thank you so much, El Nicodemus 360. Please go ahead and hit like. Thank you so much, you guys. Hit the like button because I always forget to do that. I get so focused on what we're talking about that I forget to do that. But yeah, do that also on x.com/Melissa Redpill. Also do it on Facebook.com/Melissa Redpill. Go over there and like everything, because as soon as I have a presence over there, they'll let me post lives, but not until, so whatever. Okay, so let's get going. So I just want you to know that about her. I find this so interesting that his name is her, and just to put yourself in his position. We're so much wanting there to be justice, but these, when you've got every DA and every judge in the pocket of the cabal, he is just one man against this behemoth. Okay, so that makes it really, really difficult for him to do. But what he did was almost as good, really, in exposing this. But he went ahead and resigned before he went to Congress today. That's amazing. All right, so that's, I want you to see that. I got to write this down. You guys tell me when it's I'm supposed to be doing this for like 40 minutes, and I'm make sure and tell me, hey, Melissa, your time's up. It's 40 minutes. So anyway, all right. So I want you to see, this is one of the main things to take away from today that he wanted everybody to know. He says, I knew that for my decision to be credible, I could not simply announce that I recommended no criminal charges and leave it at that. I needed to explain why. My assessment in the report about the relevance of the president's memory was necessary and accurate and fair. I did not sanitize my explanation, nor did I disparage the president unfairly. Okay, so part of me says, okay, if her is part of the cabal, he would never have said such a thing, right? And they're angry with him, and they're saying, oh, his report is horrible, and how dare he come out with this report, and it's all hogwash and all that. So they're fighting against him, which makes me think maybe there's, he did the best that he could. That's what it kind of makes me think. But again, I'm ready for you guys to tell in the comment section what you think. All right. So now look at this. This guy I don't want to. Okay, to Mr. Tiffany, he said that he said her is part of the Praetorian Guard protecting the elite. Check it out.
I mean, you're familiar with the work that the Oversight Committee has done over the last year, right?
I have read some reports of it.
I mean, 20 phone calls that were made to his son that he denied in 2019, 20 shell companies that were created, over $20 million. I mean, doesn't it appear there's a pattern here that where I come from, they almost call it money grubbing?
Congressman, what I'm here to testify about today is the work that I conducted in this investigation and in this report.
So I want to thank you for the work that you did as far as you could. But unfortunately, you are part of the Praetorian Guard that guards the swamp out here in Washington, D.C., protecting the elites. And Joe Biden is part of that company of the elites. And you see it in the things that the Department of Justice has not acted on, Mr. Chairman. I mean, you look at the president's son, who does not have to answer for lying on his Form 4473 in regards to throwing away a weapon. You see it with Department of Justice fends off the IRS when the whistleblowers come with this information. Now we see it once again, where a president believes he is above the law. And there is no doubt that this president does believe he's above.
Isn't that interesting? There you go. He said he's part of the Praetorian Guard. Now, okay, sometimes I think that the white hats, I don't know if this man's a white hat, but I think sometimes the white hats attack a good guy so that it'll give them cover. I think that sometimes happens. But he did, and he also said that you protect the elite, of whom Joe Biden is one. So that was very interesting. So you guys can put in the comments what you think about that little comment right there. Okay, so here was his opening statement, and so I want to play a chunk of this because let the man speak for himself.
I resolved to do the work as I did all my work for the department, fairly, thoroughly, and professionally, with close attention to the policies and practices that govern department prosecutors. My team and I conducted a thorough, independent investigation. We identified evidence that the president willfully retained classified materials after the end of his vice presidency when he was a private citizen. This evidence included an audio recorded conversation during which Mr. Biden told his ghostwriter that he had, quote, just found all the classified stuff downstairs, end quote. When Mr. Biden said this, he was a private citizen speaking to his ghostwriter in his private rental home in Virginia. We also identified other recorded conversations during which Mr. Biden read classified information aloud to his ghostwriter. We did not, however, identify.
Did you catch that? He read classified information to his ghostwriter. I mean, this is damning. He read classified information to his ghostwriter.
Evidence that rose to the level of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Because the evidence fell short of that standard, I declined to recommend criminal charges against Mr. Biden. The department's regulations required me to write a confidential report explaining my decision to the Attorney General. I understood that my explanation about this case had to include rigorous, detailed, and thorough analysis. In other words, I needed to show my work, just as I would expect any prosecutor to show his or her work explaining the decision to prosecute or not. The need to show my work was especially strong here. The Attorney General had appointed me to investigate the actions of the Attorney General's boss, the sitting President of the United States.
So he's saying that he willfully retained and shared this information, but this would not be something that a jury would find him guilty. Well, because it would be maybe, and he didn't say this, but maybe because the jury would be of DC people. We know that President Trump can't get a fair trial in DC, and we wouldn't get a guilty verdict in DC. And her knows that. Her knows that. So maybe that's what he's saying without saying it, because he's saying very, very clearly that he was guilty. Okay, I want you to play at the 236 mark. I shared these all on the social media. If you guys are not familiar with that, go to freedomforce.live, and go to the social media, and you will see all these. And make sure wherever you go, just make sure you share, like and share and subscribe. Okay, on all these. All right, so something is up with my Twitter because I'm not able to get on here. I'm trying to go on x.com and it's acting silly, but I don't know what's going on. Hopefully, I hope I don't get slammed, but whatever. I've been slammed so many times. It's just, I guess I'm doing something right. Someone was telling me today, you must be doing something right. All right. So here's it, the 236 mark.
Obtained or disclosed national defense information willfully. That means knowingly and with the intent to do something the law forbids. I could not make that determination without assessing the president's state of mind. For that reason, I had to consider the president's memory and overall mental state and how a jury likely would perceive his memory and mental state in a criminal trial. These are the
a DC jury.
Types of issues that prosecutors analyze every day. And because these issues were important to my ultimate decision, I had to include a discussion of them in my report to the Attorney General. The evidence and the president himself put his memory squarely at issue. We interviewed the president and asked him about his recorded statement. Quote, I just found all the classified stuff downstairs, end quote. He told us that he didn't remember saying that to his ghostwriter. He also said he didn't remember finding any classified material in his home after his vice presidency. And he didn't remember anything about how classified documents about Afghanistan made their way into his garage.
I just find it very funny, though. Funny, very strange, because, of course, these people, they're getting called on the carpet because, who are they? They don't even have classified credentials to be removing these documents to move them into his garage in these broken down boxes that he's going to tell later on. But, I find it very funny that here he is, the documents that he has just happen to be about the Burisma case that where they fired Victor Shokin. So, he's saying these things, but it doesn't hold water. He's saying I couldn't get a jury to find him guilty. It's really what I think what it boils down to. What do you guys think? All right, so now, okay, this was what Hur said he did. Okay, so read this very carefully. I'll make it a little bit bigger. Hur did not bring, he said he did not bring charges against Joe Biden because the evidence fell short of beyond a reasonable doubt. What a jury would find was beyond a reasonable doubt. Maybe what he's saying is that a DC jury would always find some reasonable doubt because these people have drunk the Kool-Aid so much that they would just accept anything that Biden does or any of their cronies would do. It says he did not retain and disclose willfully. 1 minute he's saying he did, 1 minute he's saying he didn't. He's saying he didn't bring charges because he didn't retain them and disclose them willfully, not because Biden could not stand trial due to incapacity. Didn't you guys find this in the discussion today? It's like 1 minute he's saying he did, and 1 minute he's saying he didn't, and maybe it's because he feels that the man is, as he was just saying in his opening statement, that Biden is not in control of his faculties, so we can't hold Biden accountable. So anyway, very interesting. All right, so then Jim Jordan spent a lot of time playing the video of Joe Biden, and where he's clearly not in control of his mental faculties. Check it out.
Mr. Biden's President Biden's press conference after your report was released, because there's things in this press conference that the President of the United States says that are directly contradicted by what you found in your report. So if we could play that video.
Hey, everybody. Good evening. Let me say a few things before I take your questions. As you know, the special counsel released his findings today about their look into my handling of classified documents.
President Biden, something the special counsel said in his report is that one of the reasons you were not charged is because, in his description, you are a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory.
I'm well-being, and I'm an elderly man, and I know what the hell I'm doing. I've been president, and I put this country back on its feet. I don't need his recommendation. It's
How
totally
bad is your memory, and can you continue as president?
My memory is so bad, I can let you speak. That's
Your memory has gotten worse, Mr. President.
My memory is not good. My memory is fine. My memory, take a look at what I've done since I become president. None of you thought I could pass any of the things I got passed. How'd that happen? You know, I guess I just forgot what was going on.
Mr. President.
Voters have concerns about your age. How are you going to assuage them? And do you fear that this report is only going to fuel further concerns about your age?
Only by some of you.
Mr. President, today, do you take responsibility for at least being careless with classified material?
I take responsibility for not having seen exactly what my staff was doing. It goes in and points out. Things that appeared in my garage, things that came out of my home, things that were moved not by me, but my staff.
Mr. President, for months when you were asked about your age, you would respond with the words, "Watch me." Well, many American people have been watching, and they have expressed concerns about your age.
That is your judgment. That is your judgment. That is not the judgment of the press.
They expressed concerns about your mental acuity. They say that you are too old. Mr. President, in December, you told me that you believe there are many other.
Well, interesting, isn't it? So Jim Jordan played this chunk of the video, really bolstering what her conclusion was, that maybe they're pointing the finger more at his handlers, and that he is, this elder abuse. And yes, he's part of it, but that no jury would find him guilty because they wouldn't feel that he was really the one running and pulling the strings. What do you guys think? I'm ready to hear you guys your thoughts. All right, yeah, I see that one. Heartland lady, reinstate Trump. I'm telling you, that's the main thing. It's about that. If these people are, handling Joe and then want him to be in there for 4 more years, that tells you this is the end of the Democrat Party. It's the end. This is, no one believes that he is able to run to be president, and he's up there saying, "Oh, I'm doing great," Yeah, right. When the whole world's saying you're not, maybe you need to listen to them. All right. So then this one is where it says the report did not exonerate Joe. I thought this was some really good questions and succinct, because a lot of it was so much back and forth. Let's see if I can make this play for you. Come on, little guy, you can do it.
Their reasons was that they contested, or that they asserted that certain language in the report was inconsistent with DOJ policy.
The day that your report came out, the president gave a live news conference on national television. Did you watch that news conference?
I watched the
That's the one I was just showing you that Jim Jordan played. Okay.
press conference, yes.
What was your reaction to seeing the president personally attack you and your team?
Congressman, I'm here to talk about the work that went into the report and my declination decision and my explanation of it for the attorney.
And it wasn't just the president, Anthony Coley.
What he means by declination is declining to prosecute, to bring charges.
Former spokesman for Merrick Garland has said that Democrats should focus their ire on her. The president's personal attorney, Bob Bauer, said that your report is a shabby piece of work and a shoddy work product. Do you agree with that characterization of your report?
I disagree vehemently with that characterization of my report.
I also disagree. I think it's very well written, well considered, and comprehensive. Do you think it's appropriate for the administration to be attacking the work of a special counsel that it appointed itself?
Congressman, I'm not going to comment on the propriety of the administration's reaction to my report. What I can tell you is that I stand by the report and the work that went into it.
Today, the ranking member started his opening statement by saying, Mr. Hur completely exonerated President Biden and called your report a total and complete exoneration. Mr. Hur, did you completely exonerate President Biden?
That is not what my report does.
Was your report a total and complete exoneration?
That is not what the report says.
So there you go. So yeah, he did. That's not what he said. He said that he's not fit to stand trial. And he's saying that he willfully retained. So we all know Joe Biden is guilty. I think that, I guess my point is that what the big takeaway for us is that this is to being effective to pull down this criminal network, because they're trying to talk everyone into thinking that, saying he's he didn't do anything wrong and he took these documents and he they don't have anything to say except that you can't hold him accountable, right? But you can hold Trump accountable. And that was one of the, here I'm going to get to that video in a second, that they held, say it's not, do you feel like it's equal justice? And clearly it's not. So this is exposing them for who they are. And it's a two-tier justice system. Anybody in the world would be held to an account except for those in the cabal. All right. So that's our main thing to get across to everyone. All right. So this was where he said, did the White House ask you to change the report? Did you guys hear about this? Check it out.
Communicated with you regarding your investigation. Is that accurate? We received a number of letters from White House counsel's office, and as well as the president's personal counsel. Right. They're either special counsel or personal counsel. I see who signed the letters. And did the White House get the report before the report was made public? We did provide a draft of the report to the White House counsel's office and members of the president's personal counsel team for their review. No, I understand. And did the White House then, once they got the report before it went public, did the White House try to weigh in with your investigation on elements of that report and frankly get the report changed? They did request certain edits and changes to the draft report. Yeah, I see that in the February 5th letter. Did they only correspond with you? I'm sorry, Congressman, are you?
So they tried to get him to change the report because they didn't want all of this. First of all, they were like, you're not gonna prosecute him. He couldn't, his boss wouldn't have allowed him to prosecute him anyway. And he can't call his boss out on the carpet. Right. So that's number one. And then they didn't even want him to say, all these things. But as he said in his opening statement, he was going to have to explain why, with all the evidence, the damning evidence, the clear evidence, why he wasn't going to bring these charges. It's so similar to Comey. Remember that? He says, oh, no prosecutor would bring such a case, because you can't get, against this mountain, this behemoth, you can't get anyone a guilty verdict. And he said he had like 500, he brought 500 cases that were prosecuted and found guilty. All right. So this one was, I don't remember this man's name. Let's see, it's on this one. His name is on here, whatever. Somebody can tell if they know what his name is. But this is mainly what he said. He says, Biden's intent to showcase his legacy is a motive for his actions. That right there goes to that he is not incapacitated. He's in full has his faculties, because what's his motive is for his legacy. He said yes. Of course, I'm thinking the legacy, is trash. He just were classified documents found in Biden's garage in badly damaged boxes. Yes. Biden won't face criminal charges because he's a well-meaning old man. And he talks about that there are well-meaning old people who didn't break any laws, who have been prosecuted from January 6th. He says the law must apply. You know this. I guess I'm talking myself into supporting her, that he knows this. Put yourself in his shoes. I don't know. 1 minute I do, 1 minute I don't. I don't know. With what happened to President Trump, does that give the appearance? It gives the appearance of two standards of justice. This is what we've got to bring home. This is completely unfair to have two standards of justice. We always say and freedom and justice for all. Justice for all, right? That's what we say every time we say the Pledge of Allegiance. We have to have a country where there's justice for all. Has any president other than President Trump been criminally charged with retaining classified documents after they left office? No. He shouted that out. I mean, I was like surprised how loud that was. He didn't just go, no. He went, no. Listen to it. I'll have to play that. I'll have to play that, just that one little spot. I think I've got a little clip of it right here.
who stored classified documents in very unsecured places. We have a former vice president who will not suffer any consequences for all of these actions, all because we say, well, he's a well-meaning, forgetful old man. You know, if you were kind of a well-meaning, forgetful old man that was driving a car and you forgot what you were doing a little bit and you hit somebody and killed them, I believe you'd be responsible. The law must apply, you know this, to everyone. The standard behind the decision not to prosecute Joe Biden, especially in light of Special Counsel Jack Smith's decision to prosecute President Trump for similar conduct, gives the real appearance of two standards. Just again, so much part of this Department of Justice. Justice for thee, but not for me. Special Counsel Hur, has any former president or vice president besides President Trump ever been criminally charged for knowingly retaining classified information after they left office? Yes or no?
No.
Would you
There you go. I think that he realizes that, I don't know. We will find out one day. This is not, Lord Jesus told us not to judge anything before the time, because he'll make everything clear once he arrives. So we're going to get to know who's the naughty and who's nice, because those who are naughty, we're living in the day when they will be prosecuted. That's what this is all about. If you're new to my channel, look at how this is biblical. This is the end times for them, and 1,000 years of peace for us. This is the time when justice will fall and they will be held to an account, and the entire house of cards, the entire cabal will fall. And so I have that book. It's a decode of Revelation, End Times and 1,000 Years of Peace. The Bible also told us, all these minor prophets told us, and major clues from minor prophets, and also these 17 Bible stories told us, just like Moses holding up the arm. We're watching all of this incredible movie. All right, so I want you to see that. I think. Somebody tell who that guy is, whatever his name is. Put it in the comments, because I don't remember. All right, so then Darrell Issa brought up, this was an interesting exchange, because he was trying basically to get him to say something, and he finally got him to say it. Let me see. I think I have it queued up.
My decision to the Attorney General as being based on my judgment and my assessment of the evidence, would a conviction trial be the probable outcome? And that's
I just want to make sure the record is complete in that, because I think it's extremely important. You did not reach an idea that he had committed no wrong. You reached a conclusion that you would not prevail at trial. And
it's a very important point. I thought that was one of the most succinct places in the entire day. You didn't find that he didn't do the crime. You didn't find that he was not guilty. You found that you wouldn't be able to bring this before a jury and get a conviction. Okay, did y'all catch that? That's the key takeaway. Check it out one more time.
you did not reach an idea that he had committed no wrong. You reached a conclusion that you would not prevail at trial and therefore did not take it forward. Is that correct?
Correct, Congressman.
That is correct, Congressman. There you go. That's the bottom line. All right. So I'm telling you, Gates, he's always on it. He's always the junkyard dog, and he's fighting. And of course, he is very angry, and I am too, that we can't get justice in this country, and there's a two-tier justice system. I'll play a little chunk of Gates. He's always very entertaining.
That was inconsistent with the findings of our investigation.
Another lie, people might say, right? Because what you put in your report was among the places Mr. Biden's lawyers found classified documents in the garage was a damaged open box. So here's what I'm understanding, right? As Mr. Armstrong laid out, you find in your report that the elements of a federal criminal violation are met, but then you apply this senile cooperator theory that because Joe Biden cooperated and the elevator didn't go to the top floor, you don't need to get a conviction. And I actually think you get to the right answer in that. I don't think Biden should have been charged. Don't think Trump should have been charged. But under the senile cooperator theory, isn't it frustrating that Biden continues to go out and lie about the basic facts of the report that lay out a federal criminal violation?
Congressman, I need to disagree with at least one.
Anyway, I just want I posted this over on the social media, so definitely go and check it out. If you can watch the whole thing of Gates, just search the word GAETZ and you'll find it. But our time's going to run out. But so this is the one where he asked this question: do you think, in the case of Jack Smith, that justice is blind when it comes to Trump? I think I have this queued up. Check this out. Do you think it? Yeah. So I don't think he answered that question.
Would actually mean?
Well, as I set forth at length in my explanations in chapters 11 and 12 of the report, my assessment is that the evidence, if presented at trial alongside potential defense arguments, would not probably result in a conviction at
Well,
trial.
that's one of the points you make, is that President Biden's likely to be an elderly, sympathetic figure with a poor memory. But how does that bear on any individual's guilt or innocence? Isn't that, again, a question for a judge or jury to decide after guilt or innocence is determined?
It is.
And again, here's the problem. Donald Trump's being prosecuted for exactly the same act that you've documented that Joe Biden committed.
Congressman, if I understood your question correctly, you said, isn't that a question for a jury? And it most certainly, through the lens of
My question is, does that bear on the guilt or innocence of an individual?
It certainly bears on how a jury is going to receive and perceive and make decisions.
So the answer to my earlier question is correct. All I have to do when I'm caught taking home classified materials to say, I'm sorry, Mr. Herbert, but I'm getting old. My memory's not so great.
Yeah, Congressman,
This is the doctrine that you've established in our laws now, and it's frightening.
Congressman, my intent is certainly not to establish any sort of doctrine. I had a particular task. I have a particular set of evidence to consider and make a judgment with respect to one particular set of evidence. And that is what I did.
Well, Mr. Herbert, here's the fine point of the matter. The foundation of our justice system is equal justice under law. That's what gives the law its respect and its legitimacy. And without it, the law is simply force, devoid of any moral authority. Justice is depicted as blindfolded for this very reason. It doesn't matter who comes before her. All are treated equally. You destroy this foundation, and the rule of law becomes a sick mob.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Anyway, he did talk about
Congress,
Trump.
There was no evidence
more of the allegations in the indictment against former President Trump.
That the only person being prosecuted for this offense happens to be the president's political opponent makes this an unprecedented assault on our democracy. This is the worst we could expect from a banana republic. And I wonder how you square this.
Congressman, I do address, as I was.
I thought that Tom McClintock, I think that he did a very, very good job exposing what was going on. So that's just a little snippet of what happened today. It was quite the day, and a lot of moving parts, a lot of testimony, and I just I didn't bring any clips from any of the Dems because it was just so much blah 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 and blaming Trump. That's which is the same thing. I just I don't want to waste your time and mine on that. But this is what we really want to get out for everyone to see, is that it's clearly not equal justice. Clearly, and there's irrefutable evidence that he did this. He took the documents. He did not have them secure. He read them out to his ghostwriter. He had these there, and also he admitted in the documents that he made $8 million from all these, from all of his evil deeds, and the whole point is he's getting away with this scot-free. And actually, John Solomon, I think that might be my next thing if I've got on here. Yeah, John Solomon said, "Oh yeah, we're going to they're going to be talking about they're going to expose Biden's inability to keep the facts straight, but that he kept documentary evidence of the Burisma case and the firing of prosecutor Victor Shokin. Remember that one? Son of a bee. He got fired. Well, he's clearly in control of his faculties, that he can get this guy fired. He's clearly able to take those documents about how they did this, so they could keep keep Hunter's feet out of the fire. And Hunter also, they kept documents where Hunter was paid $5 million to keep his cronies out of prosecution, because clearly they're in control of the DAs. So he did all this, but he's not being held to an account, because no jury would find him guilty. That's really the bottom line. I mean, put yourself in his shoes. And he could do this, go through all this and spend all this money and and it wouldn't bring a guilty verdict. It would just move to destroy him. This is why I believe it's going to have to be military tribunals. because this is crimes against our country of treason. And so we're not going to be able to get this resolved, as we've heard learned many times long ago, that this is going to have to be from a military tribunal. So John Solomon said that, but they didn't bring. If you saw it, I didn't see where they brought up anything about Burisma at all. I didn't see anything about that today. So I saw about the $8 million. I didn't even hear anything about the $5 million. And John Solomon says some of the latest stuff that's coming out is about all these lies completely manufactured by the Biden administration. Remember that Hutchinson girl? She had to go up and say and admit, her attorneys had to admit, I think it was 15 pages. 15 pages of lies. That's a lot of lying. That's a lot of lying. So, so I'm thinking they call that perjury. Yeah, but this is entirely made up out of whole cloth, that he's reaching with these gigantic arms of his just to grab the steering wheel. I mean, it's really, come on, can you come up with better lies than that? Anyway, so, but that's what John Solomon brought up. Okay, the couple of things before we go, I want to show you that this man, his name is, I don't have his name right here. His name is this whistleblower. He was warning over aviation's giant flagship 787 Dreamliner and 737 MAX weeks before he was found dead. As FAA reveals, failed 33 of 89 audits and used Dawn soap for lubricant. What in the world is going on with Boeing? Check it out.
Hey, you're right. We're going to fix it. After the merger with McDonnell Douglas and the Airbus coming on, Boeing quit listening to their employees. So every time I'd raise my hand and say, hey, we got a problem here, they would attack the messenger and ignore the message.
This is, so now he's been found dead. He was going to testify, and now he's been found dead. This is the same. Constantly, those who raise their head to speak out and blow the whistle, they continually get in all this trouble. I want you guys to check it out. I posted several things over on my social media about this guy. I want you to know about that. I want you to know that TikTok, they're talking about TikTok. We got to get rid of TikTok. TikTok's horrible. Let me just tell you something. If the Congress doesn't like TikTok, maybe we need to keep it. And I understand about the CCP and understand all that. Okay, so it's going to be very interesting because the other Mr. Wonderful, my husband's the real Mr. Wonderful, but the other Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary, and Chris Pavlovsky of Rumble both want to buy TikTok. Now, if they don't allow the CCP to run TikTok in America, then they will likely sell them this portion of TikTok, whatever. I don't know how they would do it exactly, and that they would go ahead and buy it. Interesting. Everybody's wanting to buy TikTok. And I am very happy with TikTok that they are a free platform that is exposing what's going on in Gaza. And that, if they do nothing else, that is their claim to fame to save America, to save the world. And okay, fine. I'm sure they're stealing all of our data. Guess what? So is Facebook. So was Twitter. So I would love it if Kevin O'Leary or Pavlovsky took it, because then we would have our data protected. That would be great. So I just wanted you to be aware that that's what's the latest thing that's going on. Here's his letter. Dear Mr. Chu, in the event that ByteDance divests its ownership in TikTok, Rumble is ready to join a consortium with other parties seeking to acquire and operate TikTok inside the United States. Specifically, we're ready to serve as a cloud technology partner. Yesterday, Rumble announced the public launch of the Rumble Cloud, a new infrastructure as a service offering the champion, the free and open internet. All data on the Rumble Cloud is stored safely and securely at sites inside the U.S. on Rumble's own neutral and independent infrastructure. How about that? Kudos to Rumble. I'm glad we're over here on Rumble, but I'm so thankful that we have Rumble, right? Aren't you guys? We've been able to speak the truth over here for a long time. I'm not going to play this whole thing. I just want you to know that now that Laura Trump is the co-chair of the GOP, heads are rolling. So many people have lost their jobs over there, and they should, because they were doing just basically doing the bidding of Ronna McDaniel. We cannot have these cronies, these people who are running, just basically running the GOP into the ground. Now you know that if you want to donate, I've been donating to DonaldTrump.com, but now we can donate to the GOP. We need this for the coffers to be full so that we can run this election and bring in not just Trump, but all the other people. So we are good to go now. It's very exciting. They're all upset that all these people are being fired. I love it. Love it. I'm telling you, all day it's been one good thing after another. So really just enjoy the winning and the winning and the winning. The other thing is they have said that no more children in Britain are going to be given these puberty blockers. Praise the Lord. So we've had several praises today. I'm so thankful we're seeing this. And it reminded me of this passage in Revelation 19. It says, I saw the beast and the kings of the world and their armies gathered together to fight against the one sitting on the horse and his army. Of course, this is our Lord Jesus, and we are his army, and they're fighting against us. But this beast was captured, and with him the false prophet who did mighty miracles on behalf of the beast, miracles that deceived all who had accepted the mark of the beast, who worshipped his statue. Both the beast and the false prophet were thrown alive into the fiery lake of burning sulfur. Their entire army was killed by the sharp sword that came from the mouth of the one riding on the white horse, and the vultures gorged themselves on the dead bodies. This is the bloodbath. They even called this that a bloodbath on at the GOP. That was pretty cool at the RNC. This is the end of the road for them. This is the end of the road. This is the end of their rule over us. And very, very exciting. And so just enjoy the show and watch as they get completely destroyed every day. And don't forget, April 8th, we're going to have that solar eclipse. The second solar eclipse. Okay, the last one, I want you to remind you of this one. Yeah. Interesting about her. You can find this in, I think it's the book of Numbers. You can find this story. And actually, I think I have it on freedomforce.live, where I have done all these videos in the playlist. And you can just search the word Moses or her, and you will see it. I just find that very interesting that is his name. All right, guys, I should have been out of here 10 minutes ago, but I just want to come on tonight. I'm one step at a time. We're going to get all this working. And don't forget to like this video. Don't forget to share it. Don't forget to go over on the Facebook.com/Melissa Red Pill and join with us there so that we can start sharing. Hopefully, the more and more people come over there, and I'm going to start posting more. If you guys can help me, then we can go ahead and start doing lives over there, because there's a lot of people on Facebook who need to hear it. I heard that it won't get slammed if we do the streaming. Isn't that interesting? We will see. And don't forget about the x.com/Melissa Red Pill. Definitely go and like over there. And if you haven't gotten the books yet, get them. They will make you so happy. You will know that this is the end times for them and 1,000 years of peace for us. This is the end of their evil cabal. This is the end. Let's pray. Thank you so much, Lord. Thank you for all of our wonderful Freedom Force Battalion. Thank you that we get to join together and chat it up together and learn from each other and help each other and fight alongside each other. What an honor, what a blessing. And that you, Lord Jesus, are leading the charge, as you say in I think it's Joel 2. You lead us with a shout. We're so excited that you are going to rule this earth. You're going to dwell with us, and everyone will know you from the least to the greatest. And you say that we'll look for our enemies and we will not be able to find them, that these will be gone, and that this is the end of them. We're so excited to see them being exposed day after day after day. And we're going to see the complete destruction of these enemies and go in the meek will inherit the earth. Beautiful days. We're excited. Thank you so much, Lord. Bless us so we can bless everyone else. Bless this world. And we pray for those in Haiti. We pray you protect the righteous. If they're already righteous, I don't even know, Lord, you know. And I just pray that for those who are the suffering ones in Gaza, we pray you protect them, protect the innocents, and expose the guilty, Lord, those who are doing this evil against humanity. Protect the righteous in Ukraine. Protect those who are trying to denazify Ukraine. We pray, Lord, that you would continue to bless our wonderful president and continue to strengthen him and help everyone to join the bandwagon and all of us join together of every color, of every age, every creed, that we'd all join together and to fight our common enemy, this evil cabal. We just pray all this in your wonderful name, King Jesus. Amen. I love you guys. I love you so much. I've got to go. And so thank you for being so patient with me. I'm getting all this stuff worked out. And I guess that's it. I hate to even say goodbye, but I'm going to say goodbye for now. And let me see if I can find the thing, find the right button. All right, guys, I'll talk to you later.
All right, folks, that was Melissa Redpill. All right, up next, we got And We Know. And bear with me real quick while I make a quick banner for you. And this was released just about an hour ago, so we're actually on time with this particular with this presentation for you. Give me 1 second here to get this ready, and we will jump right into And We Know. Here we go.
Folks, what an amazing turn of events in just a few days. We have more suspicious activity around planes, dress humiliation rituals on television, her testimony wrapped around Biden's classified materials, a huge win for President Trump for the Republican Party, and so much more. Let's go ahead and get started.
Hello, everyone. It's your favorite president speaking to you on a really great day of victory. 1 week ago, we had something called Super Tuesday, and it was indeed super because we won at numbers that nobody has ever seen before, records in virtually every state. And tonight, likewise. But this one got us over the top. The Republican National Committee has just declared us the official nominee. And so we're the official nominee of the Republican Party, which is a big deal. But most importantly, we now have to go into victory because our country's in serious trouble. We have millions and millions of people flowing in. We have no respect on the world stage. What we say doesn't mean a thing anymore. And to have that happen is unthinkable. We have an economy that outside of certain little areas is doing very poorly. And we have something very, very important. We have a United States military that has to be taken care of. Again, this was a great day of victory. Last week was something very special, Super Tuesday. But now we have to get back to work because we have the worst president in the history of our country. His name is Joe Biden, sometimes referred to as Crooked Joe Biden, and he must be defeated. Our nation is failing. We're a nation that is in serious decline. We've never had a situation like this where we're not respected, we're laughed at, we're considered almost a joke. We're going to turn it around. We're going to drill, baby, drill. We're going to close our borders. We're going to do things like nobody's ever seen before. And we're going to make our nation's economy be the best ever in the world. We had the best economy ever just a short while ago, and we're going to have that again. We're going to have people come into our country, but they're going to come in legally, and we're going to get your energy costs down by numbers that nobody would have said even possible. We have some sections of this country that are paying the highest numbers in the history of our country and among the most expensive energy anywhere in the world. And yet we have more liquid gold, I call it, under our feet than any other nation. Just 3 years ago, we were energy independent. And now we're going around begging for energy. So we're not going to have that anymore. We're going to have a strong country. We're going to have a respected country. We have to win an election, and we should win it by a lot, because there's never been anybody worse at doing that job than Joe Biden. So we're not going to take time to celebrate. We'll celebrate in 8 months when the election is over. November 5th, I believe, will go down as the most important day in the history of our country. So start thinking about it. Start thinking about your vote, because this vote is going to be the most important vote you've ever cast. And again, for this evening and for last week and for all the weeks before, for the tremendous success we've had in this primary, I want to thank everybody. But much more importantly, we have to get to work to beat Joe Biden, the worst administration, the worst president in the history of our country. They are destroying our country, and we're not going to let that happen. Thank you very much.
We need these repetitive tones over and over again. We need to hear how these things are playing out, how crooked the administration is currently, and the plans that he has to make for all of us in 8 months. What he keeps telling us when we win the election.
This was a great day of victory.
Now, that victory, of course, although we have won, he's telling us to continue to fight on. We don't drop our weapons and run back and have some chow and a cup of coffee and we just relax. Nope, we stay on the fighting line and we continue to move forward despite major victories. Of course, Mississippi was a big win for us. Also, Georgia was a win. However, just wanted to let you know during these wins, we do get information like Columbia County, Georgia Board of Commissioners called for a physical hand count of the election results after tabulation machine malfunctions related to a technological error. They were reported in multiple precincts. This news comes from pro-Trump State House candidate C.J. Pearson. Are they trying to cheat Pearson out of a win? Voters in Georgia can't even trust that their vote will be counted. It's hilarious how tabulation machine malfunctions are always corrected by hand counting. Why can't that be the default? Ban the machines, hand count the votes. I talked to my mom in Georgia. She mentioned that when she went in to vote, that they actually had they were open so people could actually see who you were voting for. And they were done on machines. Also, I'm hearing from many that it's pretty interesting are folks that continue to say they're not sure who they're going to vote for. We only have two candidates now, Biden and Trump, because Biden is now is going to be on the Republican, right? He is the presumptive GOP nominee. And so moving forward, you keep hearing folks talking about who they just don't know who they're going to vote for. They can't stand President Trump. And you're like, how did we get here from 2016 to today with all the exposure, all the things that we have out there, as much truth as we try to put out through the social media world, through other ways, and people still are not getting their information. Remember, they took me down. They took many other channels down off of YouTube. YouTube seems to be the default for many, and they just scroll through and they click buttons and play whatever they want to play. And I'm just surprised that there's still folks that are on YouTube. Makes me wonder what's going on there. But despite all of that, people are still trying to let us know how to handle those that doubt President Trump and why we should vote for him. And so I'm going to play this. It's also, guys, just to let you know, below this video, you can click and find this video clip that I'm about to play, Matt Kim podcast. Check out what he says.
You now have a binary choice between President Trump and President Biden. 45 versus 46 to see who gets to be 47. On one side, you have the guy who's known for mean tweets and coining the phrase fake news and speaks freely what's on his mind. On the other side, you have the guy that has his team write his post, get softball ice cream questions from the propagandist media, can't speak without note cards. On one side is a president that started no new wars and had a priority on a safe border, even suggesting something as crazy as building a wall. On the other side is a president who supports endless wars and open border policy and would rather use American tax dollars to protect other countries' borders than our own. On one side is a sworn enemy of the deep state and Washington establishment, those who play God with our lives. The other is a man who can't even verbally acknowledge that they exist. The stage has been set, the game laid. It's Trump versus Biden. This is our reality. it's time to pick a side. Was your life better under Trump or Biden? How do you feel about the current direction of our society? Lawlessness in the cities overrun by drugs and homelessness, deteriorating family values, redefining of gender, uncertainty of cyber warfare, blackouts, and World War III? If the election were today, Donald Trump would win, for sure. But that's exactly what we said 4 years ago.
Exactly what we said 4 years ago. But I want to add to this. Something that President Trump said over and over again 4 years ago is they are going to steal this election. He wanted to make sure that we remembered that he said that, and he put it in every speech. He mentioned how they had the mail-in ballots. Remember how they created COVID. They made everybody believe that millions of people were dying from COVID when it was not the case. Put fear into everyone's hearts, where therefore they said, okay, we can do mail-in ballots so we don't have to go in and see people and touch other people because we might get sick with an illness that most folks after 2 or 3 days, after, feeling pretty bad, they started feeling better. But then what comes? The mail-in ballots. Then they go into the night of the election. They stop it at 10:30 at night because of a leak, water leak. And all of a sudden, the states that needed the actual victories paused. All of a sudden, the numbers changed. Hundreds of thousands of votes switched, and all of a sudden, we're told we're crazy. And here we are today, where the Democrats continue to push that we don't need IDs to vote. They're going to come up with whatever plan that they can to ensure this plays out. Now, before I play this Wesley Hunt clip, I just want to remind you that the RNC, the Republican Party leadership, they are cleaning house.
And Brett, just moments ago, Fox News was able to confirm that Donald Trump's new leadership team over at the RNC began cutting dozens of staffers from their positions. It appears a major shakeup now underway at the RNC following Laura Trump's recent ascension to RNC co-chair.
Yeah.
I'll send it back to you.
Laura Trump, what did she tell us? She said that if you even try to cheat in the next election, we're going to get you. One of those, another good piece of information, a rhino, Republican in name only, Ken Buck, who voted against impeaching Alejandro Mayorkas, announces he's leaving Congress next week. See ya. All right. So back to the life that we live today. Here's Wesley Hunt dropping the hammer on Democrats opposed to voter ID. I love this.
And that doesn't happen unless we've made some incredible progress in this great nation. Now, my colleagues on the left like to say that common sense voting laws, including requiring a government-issued ID, are racist, discriminatory, and burdensome. Do you know what my father had back in the 40s and 50s before it was even cool? A government-issued ID. And continuing in his footsteps, I too have multiple government-issued IDs. And while that might be shocking to many people in this country, you may ask, how's that happen? It's very simple. It's personal responsibility for all Americans in this country, regardless of what you look like. Sitting with me today is my global entry card, my military ID card, my Texas driver's license, my Texas license to carry, because that's how we roll in Texas, my congressional card, and of course, the good old-fashioned American passport. What sorcery is this? What am I, the Black Houdini? How was I able to pull off the impossible and attain not one, not two, not three, but 6 government-issue IDs? Personal responsibility in this country. I fought for this country as an Apache helicopter pilot to protect free and fair elections, and having a government-issued ID isn't racist, it's American. You need to have an ID to drive a car, to check into the airport, open a bank account. You need an ID for basically everything to be a responsible adult in this country, except for voting, apparently, according to the left. Black America does not need well-meaning liberals putting their arms around us and telling us how we should go to the polls. In fact, if you look at recent headlines and polls, you will find that Black men specifically in this country are more fired up than ever to participate in the next presidential election. And I think I know why, and I'm really looking forward to these results. For the record, in the 2022 midterms in Georgia, it proved that election integrity and ballot accessibility can be achieved hand in hand. After the 2020 election, Georgia passed a voter election integrity law, and subsequently, the Department of Justice filed a lawsuit against the state of Georgia, alleging that the Georgia law is discriminatory and aims to restrict citizens from voting. President Biden even called this law, and I quote, Jim Crow 2.0. Really? In my humble opinion, referencing Jim Crow for common sense election integrity laws is offensive to those who actually experienced Jim Crow, like my parents and their parents before them. In fact, the law wasn't discriminatory at all, because in the 2022 midterms, Georgia voters shattered voter turnout records across the state. And despite that record-breaking turnout in Georgia, the DOJ lawsuit is still pending. I suspect that it's because that record-breaking turnout resulted in a Republican governor.
I apologize. I'm going to bring this back to where we were in that part.
Or nationally. It's about federal control over state and local elections, which, by the way, is unconstitutional. It's about diminishing the security of our elections. And voter integrity laws aren't discriminatory. They are required.
They are required. I love this. And I love, sometimes when we say military is the only way, sometimes I wonder, don't you, that maybe just all the folks that we see standing up in so many other areas around our country in different capacities were prior military. And they're standing up in the front and they're leading from the front and they're telling folks, come on, let's go. Just a theory. I know I'm wrong. Possibly. We're going to move forward and remind everyone what Elon Musk posted. The world isn't getting worse or darker. The veil sheltering you from reality is lifting. The world isn't getting worse or darker. The veil sheltering you from reality is lifting. Pepe Deluxe said, when non-dogmatic information becomes free and transparent, it becomes a threat to those who attempt to control the narrative and or the stable. When you are awake, you stand on the outside of the stable, groupthink collective, and have free thought. Free thought is a philosophical viewpoint, which holds that positions regarding truth should be formed on the basis of logic, reason, and empiricism, rather than authority, tradition, revelation, or dogma. When you are awake, you are able to clearly see the choice is yours and yours alone. You are not alone and you are not in the minority. Difficult truths will soon see the light of day. Where we go one, we go all. It's amazing to remember the journey that we've been on, especially on this journey with the 17th letter called the Q board that many will still say they want to hear about. But part of this journey will be a chance to hang out together August 11th through the 18th, 2024. That's this year. We have an opportunity to join each other on board a wonderful ship leaving from Seattle, heading to Alaska. And we're going to have a great time. And I just wanted to remind you about a couple of things that we're going to have there. I look forward to sailing with you. We're going to have a great time of sharing together and talk about what's happening and what God is doing in the midst. Things that I will be able to share with you on the boat that I can never share on video. I do it all the time with folks. I sit at tables. I get questions asked me. I don't have all of the answers, but I have my opinions based off of research. And those opinions I'm very strong in. And you'll be able to hear those things. You'll be able to ask questions from the audience to me. And I'll be able to show you how these videos are put together and more. Another great thing that's going to happen if you sign up is the earlier you get in, the better, because you'll be able to pick the particular room that you want. Those rooms are starting to go quickly, the good ones. And so I just want to remind you of that. And also, new piece of information. The walking man, the man from our book that I talked about that was in New Jersey, stationed there, who walked across the United States. Well, we ended up connecting. And he will be there, and we'll be able to talk about our journey in the Marine Corps and sharing our faith and talking to each other about what happened in Jersey in that particular book. It is absolutely amazing, folks, what is going on for this particular journey that we're going to be at Sea with LT. Go in the description box below, andweknow.com also, and click on that link, and you will be able to sign up and get your room and join us. It will be a blast. Looking so forward to being with you guys. Now, I wanted to show you something as a reminder. Flyover Conservatives got this to me with Banners for Freedom. And in case you forgot what real Donald Trump got done during his first 4 years, while still fighting the mainstream media Democrats and a good chunk of the GOP, here you go from Flyover Conservatives. Thank you.
Obama will go down as perhaps the worst president in the history of the United States! Exclamation point. At real Donald Trump. Well, at real Donald Trump. At least I will go down as a president.
I know people have talked to you about whether or not you want to run. Would you ever? If it got so bad, I would never want to rule it out totally.
A new world order. These allegations are false. Weapons of mass destruction. The USA Patriot Act. The blueprint for large corporations.
We once were, we are no longer a Christian nation.
Donald Trump confirmed that he is considering a run in 2016.
Do it.
I am officially running for President of the United States.
He will never be President of the United States.
Donald Trump
will never be elected President of the United States.
People are watching these results come in.
We're going to make this decision now. Donald Trump will be the 45th President of the United States.
Does it ever seem to you that President Trump has done more than any president in modern history?
And in the 10 years I've been involved in politics, I've never seen an administration hit the ground running like this.
I could spend the rest of the hour laying out the accomplishments under the Trump presidency, despite everything thrown at him.
Market just had its 12th straight record close.
Taking action to save as many kids as they can.
We were energy independent under the Trump administration.
More Americans reported being employed than ever
Helping those who have served our country in the military to get access to mental health care.
The Great American Outdoors Act is the largest single piece of legislation to support our national parks and public land.
Created more than 7 million good-paying jobs.
Websites can be held liable in court for having sex trafficking content.
The Abraham Accords, which for any other president would have been multiple peace prizes.
So all of these things are spelled out. No new wars, record unemployment, helped former inmates become successful, increased funding to black universities, right to try for terminal patients, low inflation, bipartisan justice award, takedown of MS-13, low unemployment, provided spaces for mothers, middle class income increased, reduced illegal immigration, educational choice. So many things. Brought back Christmas. You guys remember that? Stood for freedom. Strengthened the U.S. economy. God and country. The Bible. He talked about Jesus Christ. And more. And look at all of the evil that has been placed in front of us for the past several years after he left. We are definitely on what I believe is the precipice. And so many things are playing out in front of us. I believe sometimes there are many distractions that are given to us in the forefront. One of those would be the Hur report. We've known about Biden and all the issues that have dealt with his taking of substantial classified material in his basement or in his garage or wherever he wants to place it. And this played out with the Hur report, and I'm going to show you several clips of that in a moment. But it's interesting that while that's all going on, the one big thing that we didn't hear about were several things, but one I'm going to show you. Biden regime sent another $300 million in weapons to Ukraine. Do you guys know that? The U.S. military admitted that Haitians plan to flee via the sea, the ocean. They're going to be going to Florida to escape cannibal gangs that have taken over the country. Biden committed the crimes they accused Trump of. That's right. Here's a clip just about these folks coming our way.
But what's the difference between Haiti and a failed state? It's telling, right? We can't really identify them because the gangs are in charge. The government has been thrown out. And as a Florida man, I'm deeply concerned about this wave of people that we're about to have, that we are having, coming from Haiti, and it will accelerate because I've gone to Opelika and I've spent time with the folks that are engaged in Operation Vigilant Sentry, and they say the number one push factor that drives these Haitians into Broward County, Palm Beach County, where they don't disperse throughout the country, they stay in Southeast Florida, that driving factor is the deterioration of conditions in Haiti. So what are we doing to prepare for that wave and to ensure that these people are not paroled into the United States as the administration has done with people on the southern border, but instead are repatriated back at the dock at Port-au-Prince?
Okay, so there you go. The proof right there in front of us. Who knows how many are coming? How much more can we handle of this in our country? The Hur report revealed today a disaster for Biden, says President Trump, a two-tiered standard of justice. Artificial intelligence was used by them against me in their videos of me. You can't do that, Joe. Here's Representative Armstrong, just to start off with. Okay? About this Hur report, exposing Biden, but not, saying anything super bad about him. But I tell you what, when the questions started ringing in, boy, did the evidence start pouring out that Biden is a criminal.
For the last 3 election cycles, there's only been 3 people who have ran for president: Hillary Clinton, Joe Biden, Donald Trump. All 3 of them have been accused of mishandling classified documents. Only one of them has been prosecuted.
Ooh.
That's what the American people see. That's what we see. We had Hillary Clinton, who ran a program called Bleach It on her server. They used hammers to destroy evidence. Joe Biden has a 50-year history of misplacing classified documents in numerous different places. All of these cases have the same underlying elements of the crime, the same fact patterns, and yet we only see one person being prosecuted. With that, I yield back to the gentleman.
Only one person being prosecuted. That would be President Trump. So we're sitting here today wondering what's going on with old Biden himself, the liar. Special counsel Robert Hur admits Biden was, in fact, lying when he insisted he did not share classified information with his ghostwriter.
February 8th, the White House question, Mr. President, why did you share classified information with your ghostwriter? The president, I did not share classified information. I did not share it. I guarantee I did not. That's not true, is it, Mr. Hur?
That is inconsistent with the findings based on the evidence in my report.
Yes, it's a lie. It's just what regular people would say, right? Yeah, all right. So the next one. And all the stuff that was in my home was in filing cabinets that were either locked or able to be locked. That wasn't true either, was it?
That was inconsistent with the findings of our investigation.
Another lie, people might say, right?
Yes, more lies. Hur confirmed that Biden had documents marked classified from when he was a senator. Some of these documents reportedly came from a secure SCIF, which would likely require Biden himself to remove them. Now, I'm going to play just a couple of clips here. But I'm going to start out, I kind of started in the beginning of all this just to show you, hey, how come we're only going after Trump and you're not going to do anything about Biden? You're just here today, you're giving a testimony, but you just don't feel like there's enough evidence out there. Let me play this.
And professionally, with close attention to the policies and practices that govern department prosecutors. My team and I conducted a thorough, independent investigation. We identified evidence that the president willfully retained classified materials after the end of his vice presidency when he was a private citizen.
Oh.
This evidence included an audio recorded conversation during which Mr. Biden told his ghostwriter that he had, quote, just found all the classified stuff downstairs, end quote. When Mr. Biden said this, he was a private citizen speaking to his ghostwriter in his private rental home in Virginia. We also identified other recorded conversations during which Mr. Biden read classified information aloud to his ghostwriter. We did not, however, identify evidence that rose to the level.
Sorry about that. I keep doing this.
He had, quote, just found all the classified stuff downstairs, end quote. When Mr. Biden said this, he was a private citizen speaking to his ghostwriter in his private rental home in Virginia. We also identified other recorded conversations during which Mr. Biden read classified information aloud to his ghostwriter. We did not, however, identify evidence that rose to the level of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Because the evidence fell short of that standard, I declined to recommend criminal charges against Mr. Biden.
You declined criminal charges. I could play the whole 5 minutes. I'm not. You just needed to hear that. He declined. Well, check this out.
My team and I conducted a thorough, independent investigation.
A thorough, independent investigation.
We identified evidence that the president willfully retained classified materials after the end of his vice presidency when he was a private citizen.
A private citizen. But no charges. Not enough evidence. So let's find out what we need to know about Robert Hur. You ready? Here we go. We'll get to that in a second. Well, I'm going to show you right now. AndWeKnow.com is where we're at, folks. You can go there to our website, find truth, hope, faith, and freedom. You'll find our videos, discover more about other things that we have going on, our partners, shop, and more. You can follow us on all our social medias there at AndWeKnow.com. Also, thepatriotlight.com is a source where all of your news you can find most conservative, home politics, world news, markets, faith, social news, and resources. Absolutely amazing. You'll also find shop.andweknow.com where you can grab our gear. We've still got the take 20% off women's relaxed tees. Ready for spring is the code. And you get the spring t-shirts. You've got the sweatshirts, the hoodies, accessories, hats, tees, and tanks, and more. We've got some more wonderful shirts that are coming up. I'm not sure if these are on the shop now. They should be by the time this is up. We got the Romans 8:28 scripture, the Raglan shirt. You guys see it there on your screen. And we also have a scripture tee. These are brand new, a new design for you guys to check out. And looking forward to seeing more of you guys wearing our gear and just letting folks know, hey, we've got a news source for you. Go check it out. Here's more great pictures of Patriots wearing our gear. So again, before we continue on, let's see who Robert Hur really is.
Now, why hasn't he been charged under this act? Why hasn't he?
Question for you, sir. What can you tell us about the status of the FBI's investigation of President Biden's classified documents found next to his Corvette in Delaware and those found at the Penn Biden Center? Do we have an update on that, sir?
What I can tell you is that there is an ongoing special counsel investigation led by Mr. Robert Hur. Robert Hur.
Oh, so there's Ray admitting who's doing the investigation. Hur.
Robert Hur. And we have FBI agents actively and aggressively with him on that case.
Director, any agents who served on the Crossfire Hurricane investigation or the Mueller investigation, are any of those agents on Mr. Hur or Mr. Smith's special counsel team?
I don't believe so, but I can't, on the top of my head, go through the list of. There's a lot of agents involved in the two investigations, and so let me check into that and see if there's any way we can get back to that.
So who exactly is Robert Hur? Here's all you need to know.
Which one of us is capable of the most deadpan expression?
I maintained my deadpan expression.
That's Robert Hur telling jokes.
It is hard to imagine the Justice Department without Rod Rosenstein. It is such a privilege to succeed you as United States Attorney for the District of Maryland. You've advised me that the most important thing I can do as U.S. Attorney is to hire good people. I've followed that advice. We will continue to do our best to do the same. Thank you.
There's Rosenstein smiling, shaking hands. Everybody's just looking at each other, the swamp. And
today to announce the appointment of Robert Hur as a special counsel
I am confident that Mr. Hur will carry out his responsibility in accordance with the highest traditions of this department.
Hur, special counsel, H-U-R. You know who Hur is? Rod Rosenstein's #1 lawyer when Rod Rosenstein was the attorney general in charge of the Russiagate investigation, where Devin Nunes and I sent him a dozen subpoenas, and Rosenstein and Hur blockaded the response to those subpoenas because they wanted to cover up the corruption at the FBI and DOJ.
Covering up the corruption of the FBI and DOJ. That's her. Oh, yeah. And here we are with our nice little movie playing out once again for all of us to see. Those that probably aren't aware, who need to understand. The classified documents were found.
Mr. Hur, classified documents were found at the Penn Biden Center?
That's correct.
They were found in President Biden's garage?
In Wilmington, Delaware, yes.
And in his basement den?
Also in the same home, yes.
In and his main floor office?
Correct.
And his third floor den?
Correct.
At the University of Delaware?
Correct.
And at the Biden Institute?
Correct.
Wow. It's more than one spot. What else do we have?
And did the White House get the report before the report was made public?
We did provide a draft of the report to the White House counsel's office and members of the president's personal counsel team for their review.
No, I understand. And did the White House then, once they got the report before it went public, did the White House try to weigh in with your investigation on elements of that report and frankly get the report changed?
They did request certain edits and changes to the draft report.
Edits and changes to the report. How about badly damaged boxes?
Is it accurate to quote your report that classified documents were found in, quote, badly damaged boxes in his garage near a collapsed dog crate, a dog bed, a Zappos box, and an empty bucket? Is that correct?
Those words do appear in the report.
So that's correct. The answer is yes. Are these secure locations to store classified documents?
They are not.
They are not. But we didn't find enough evidence to, cause any problems for Biden. Let's see. Did Democrats try to support this whole mess?
To be president, you need to have values. You need to have an understanding of what values America has and needs to maintain to keep the world safe and peaceful. That's dealing with Ukraine. That's dealing with difficult people like Netanyahu in Israel to try to get something done that's correct. That's what Joe Biden does. And understanding Social Security and Medicare, Medicaid are important institutions that help seniors, not senile people. I mean, I really object to that comment. People see nobody suggests he's senile, and that's disrespectful of senior people with any kind of memory disability. Lots of seniors have memory disability, but they're not senile, and to do such was shameful. Joe Biden is a competent, good president who knows American values.
That's Mr. Steve Cohen. Getting so angry. Let's see. What does Harriet Hagman have to say? Can you please explain why these people without the last name Clinton or Biden are typically treated quite differently?
Can you please explain why those people without the last name of Clinton or Biden are typically treated quite differently and seem to be the only ones who are never held accountable for violating the law?
Congresswoman, one of the things that I explain in my report is the fact that there are historical precedents with respect to former occupants of the White House and their retention of classified materials after they leave.
I'm asking specifically about Mrs. Clinton and Mrs. Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden.
Congresswoman, I don't have any opinion to articulate with respect to the investigation relating to Mrs. Clinton.
I yield back.
How about that? Wyoming's Congresswoman. Always asking the right questions at the right moment. Let's see. Somebody asking another question. Oh, Shifty Schiff got exposed by Robert Hur.
His attorney falsely represented to the FBI and grand jury that he did not have documents called for by the grand jury subpoena. You didn't find anything like that with respect to Mr. Biden, did you?
Congressman, I do not have the Trump indictment in front of me, but I need to address something that you said in your prior question. What you are suggesting is that I needed to provide a different version of my report that would be fit for public release. That is nowhere in the rules. I was to prepare a confidential report that was comprehensive and thorough.
So I guess they're trying to give us a little theater like hers, on their side. I don't know. This stuff just gets stranger every day. But then old Schiff heads out to television, meet the press, and he tells you, that the intelligence agencies commit treason. And he's encouraged them to do this in the next administration.
I have to hope, and knowing the intelligence community as I do, that they will dumb down the briefing for Donald Trump. That is, they will give him no more information than absolutely necessary, nothing that would reveal sources or methods, because we can't trust that he will do the right thing with that information. He's been so reckless.
So reckless. We just need to commit treason. Let's see. Special Counsel Hur just revealed that a damage assessment is underway by the intelligence agencies. You know, the ones that they're going to be telling to don't give any information to Trump when he's president. Yeah. They're going to determine if Biden's decades-long breaches of top-secret national defense information exposed sources and methods and caused grave damage to national security.
Since the release of the report, to your knowledge, has the Justice Department started to analyze a damage assessment of what may have been disclosed by these documents being mishandled and any ongoing national security risks from the inappropriate storage and retention of the documents?
Congresswoman, my understanding is that such a damage assessment is underway in coordination and cooperation with the members of the intelligence community.
Yeah, those that we trust so much, the ones that allow the bleach bit stuff, the hammering of the phones from the Clintons, the intelligence agencies who use basically weapons against all of us, three-letter agencies and more, because we want to save our country. Those guys. Let's see. What did Kash Patel happen to say about all of this playing out?
Kash, you're thinking?
It's been a total, complete gutting of the constitutional republic that is the United States of America and the exploitation of a two-tier system of justice. Robert Hur's biggest disappointment to me, putting aside Joe Biden, is the fact that his accomplice, Biden's ghostwriter, destroyed evidence in a criminal prosecution and investigation and was not charged. Robert Hur admitted he destroyed evidence, and he tried to cut the hair into two pieces by saying, oh, well, he only destroyed some evidence. Steve, when I was a federal public defender and a national security prosecutor, if you tampered with 1 millimeter of evidence, you get charged with the crime that is a federal criminal offense of destruction of evidence and obstructing a federal prosecution and investigation. To me, that evidence showed Joe Biden's guilt. Joe Biden was never going to be charged, but they gave that guy a get out of jail free pass because it's Joe Biden's America.
How about that? So, will those free passes last? Good reminder from Pepe Deluxe on what President Trump posted on the 4th of March, 2017. Terrible, just found out that Obama had my wires tapped in Trump Tower just before the victory. Nothing found. This is McCarthyism. So now that we know past presidents can be prosecuted, who else can they reveal in the next few years? Will we see the tides turn? Will everything that was done against Trump and us with the Russia hoax and all the other things that have been discovered, will that flip and go back in their direction? We shall see. One of the things that I noticed also from Team Anons, they put together great connections on the Intel board. President Trump posted, my first acts as your next president will be to close the border, drill baby drill, and free the January 6 hostages being wrongfully imprisoned. We need to see that. I got a word here today as I'm actually doing this show, that somebody that we interviewed, and I don't have all the information in front of me now, I'll probably share it later, is facing 30 years in prison for simply walking in the Capitol in J6. Just walking in, the doors were open, walked in, and they could go away for 30 years. That's the stuff that's happening. Well, when President Trump posted this at basically March 11th, we have almost a complete 6-year delta to the day, 7:55. If you look at hostages and you look at the word hostage, because 7:55 p.m., if you mirror that, it's 5:57. It appears in 18 drops, 18 Q drops, but it does appear near perfectly, 6-year delta, the Nazi order, NWO and does not refer to new. The sum of all fears, North Korea, President of the United States, hostage, threat, disarm, stage set, freedom. There's the word hostage. Reminds you of those that are out there doing the best they can to get this information out and more. Part of that information sharing would be what's happening with our money.
Now, if you look at two things that we normally don't talk about, but I bring it up now every month. If you look at the non-seasonally adjusted CPI index itself, which goes back to the beginning, or the seasonally adjusted core index, which goes back to the beginning, both those indexes today are at new all-time highs. They are almost every month. So your middle class looks at that, and the inflation compared to 2017, 2018, 2019 is significantly higher. The rate of change is what the Fed's looking at, and even the rate of change still, no matter how you slice it, does not look like 2%.
Mm-hmm. CPI, we talk about these things with Dr. Elliott, Dr. Kirk Elliott. We had one here. If you missed it on Sunday, I'd encourage you to go check it out. We talked about the State of the Union, a recap about the un-American speech, how much you should keep in the bank, his suggestions there. Gold's up, and he's still big on silver. So I suggest you go to amweknow.com/gold. It's on the screen. And it's in the below this video also. You click on that, and you can reach out to Dr. Kirk Elliott and his team and actually have the same discussions I'm having. It's really good for you.
Next 12 to 24 months. 500 banks. It's like, okay, we saw 5 with Silicon Valley, bank runs. What about a magnitude of 10 times greater than that? What is that going to do to the economy? That's going to devastate it.
So he's talking about the banks closing, how many more could actually close in the upcoming year, and how devastating that would play out. And I encourage you guys to watch that entire interview. It's very encouraging. Another person who was interviewed in the past, and it's been in the news as of yesterday. There's a 62-year-old Boeing whistleblower, John Barnett. He was found dead in his truck after he didn't show up for a legal interview linked to a case against Boeing. Barnett worked for Boeing for 32 years and retired in 2017. After retiring, Barnett spoke out about how Boeing was cutting corners on their airplanes. Let's play this.
One, this is not a 737 problem. It's a Boeing problem. And I know the FAA's gone in and they've done due diligence and inspections to assure that the door plugs of the 737 are installed properly and the fasteners are torqued properly. But my concern is, what's the rest of the airplane? What's the rest of the condition of the airplane? And the reason my concern for that is back in 2012, Boeing started removing inspection operations off their jobs. So it left the mechanics to buy off their own work. So what we're seeing with the door plug blowout is what I've seen with the rest of the airplane, as far as jobs not being completed properly, inspection steps being removed, issues being ignored. My concerns are with the 737 and the 787, because those programs have really embraced the theory that quality is overhead and non-value added. So those two programs have really put a strong effort into removing quality from the process.
Wow. And so as this goes forward, Barnett, just days before his death, gave evidence in a lawsuit against Boeing. Barnett accused Boeing of deliberately fitting substandard parts on their aircraft. He accused Boeing of having faulty oxygen systems. He said new plane builds were rushed. When he brought his concerns, they were allegedly ignored by the company. When he died, Barnett was in Charleston for interviews linked to a case against Boeing. He was supposed to come back for more questioning on Saturday, but did not show up. Inquiries were made to his hotel, where Barnett was found dead in his car in the parking lot. Police are investigating Barnett's death, but say he died from a self-inflicted wound. The video below was a recent interview. So all of this is interesting when you go out into the world of social media. Christopher Samel said, found dead with a gunshot wound in a truck. Who else was murdered this way? Michael Rupert in Colorado. They blacklisted him and targeted him through healthcare neglect. Remember him, folks? The Truth and Lies of 9/11 creator, a man who exposed the CIA and then director John Douche, who was embarrassed by Mr. Rupert in Compton after he exposed the CIA for trafficking drugs into the States. Yeah. All you have to do is you head over and you can look all this up. And many folks are saying not a coincidence. Some feel like it's Boeing doing stuff to protect shareholders. It had better turn out to be natural causes with supporting medical evidence, or else this is really shady, says M. Bruce. Certainly it must be a coincidence. And so many more thoughts on this. Other things going on. Puberty blockers, sterilization drugs will no longer be prescribed to children in Britain.
Let's just bring you a bit of breaking news, which may be of interest to some of you. It's about puberty blockers. Now, these are drugs that are used to delay the changes of puberty in transgender youngsters. In terms of how they are prescribed by the NHS, there has been a lot of controversy over the last few years about this. At the moment, they are only prescribed to children attending gender identity services as part of clinical research, and they are not routinely offered to children at gender identity clinics, but they are still offered. Well, the government, NHS England, has just confirmed that children will no longer be prescribed puberty blockers at gender identity clinics. This is coming from NHS England. It just broke in the last few moments.
How about that? What's going to happen when it can't be undone? A testimony from a transitioner, detransitioner. What's going to happen to the kids? You can't go back.
Go back. You can't go back. I'm sad for myself, of course. Not in a victim kind of way, but in like, I need to, this process of mourning who I was is touch and go. So, but I'm sad for humanity and the children and what's gonna happen when they're screwed up. We're gonna see what's gonna happen. And I really, really hope that all these professionals get their friggin' karma, because I know that some of them don't realize and some of them might be brainwashed and whatever.
I've had 7 surgeries. I've had 1 stress heart attack. I've had a helicopter life ride with a pulmonary embolism. I've had 17 rounds of antibiotics. I had 6 inches of hair on the inside of my urethra for 17 months. Nobody would help me, including the doctor that did this to me, because I lost my insurance. I get infections every 3 to 4 months. I'm probably not going to live very long.
Was there any real discussion of the risks and the side effects? And
No, there's not. And I know that people want to think that there is, but there's not. The truth is that medical transition is experimental. We have studies that said that medical transition helps mental health with kids. They've all been retracted, modified, changed. But the only long-term study tells us 7 to 10 years is when transgender people are the most suicidal. After surgery. But that's transphobic to say. For the first time in history, a marginalized group has a huge dollar sign on the top of their head. We have 5 children's hospitals in the United States promoting that.
And he shows his arm, where they rip the skin off to do the things that they do. It's sickening. So how do they get this into their brains? Well, one of those ways would be the dress humiliation ritual compilation. These folks who sign a deal with the devil. That's what I believe. You probably don't, but why would they all wear these dresses? This happened recently where John Cena came out on stage the other day naked. It's all a ritual. It's all for demonic purposes. John Cena, Jimmy Fallon, Kevin Hart, Tom Hanks, P. Diddy, Will Ferrell, Jared Leto, Pete Davidson, Michael Strahan, Zac Efron, Kid Cudi, Kurt Cobain, Jaden Smith, Arsenio Hall, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, Dustin Hoffman, Tyler Perry, David Bowie. You name them. I don't have to play this whole video. It's sickening, but you can see the faces and you see what they've done to us over the years. Let's see, one of those would be the Hanks.
Okay. Tom and Peter Scolari, the show's co-star, made the best of the show's premise by employing a lot of improvisation, and although the show's concept may have been a little limp, it was Hanks and Solari's chemistry that gave the show life.
So then we have others wearing dresses, Kurt Cobain wearing dresses, P. Diddy, and others that you keep showing this to the masses. You get them famous, you make millions and millions of folks to follow them in movies. You put them in the White House, Michael, and you constantly show those that kids worship, people look up to, like Dwayne Johnson. You make them put on dresses so that you can start getting into the mindset of the people that it's okay to transition. And then we wonder why this was played out for all of us to see. Here's a reminder from an interview that Dave Chappelle did.
When I see that they put every black man in the movies in a dress at some point in their career, I'll be connecting them down like, why all these brothers got to wear a dress? This happened to me. I'm doing a movie with Martin.
Yeah.
The movie's going good. So I walk in the trailer. I'm like, man, this must be the wrong trailer because there's a dress in here. They come in. The writer comes in. I think he's the writer. He's like, Dave, listen, we got this hilarious scene where Martin's sneaking out of jail. So he disguises you as a prostitute. And he put this dress on. And, what? The prostitute? No, I'm not doing that. I don't feel comfortable with that. That should have been in the discussion. What? You don't feel comfortable with it? I mean, it's a hilarious bit. All the greats have done it. So, well, if all the greats have done it, it's kind of hacky, right? You're right. So why don't we just not do it? Because I don't feel comfortable wearing a dress. Oh, come on, Dave. Listen, we got it all set up. We're supposed to shoot. Every minute you waste costs this much money. No, the pressure comes in. He said, I'm not wearing no dress, man. I'm funnier than a dress. Just give me something funny to say. I don't need to wear no dress to be funny. What am I, Milton Berle? You know, we're going like this.
So they were trying to force him to wear a dress, and he said no. What other things are they throwing in front of us? Well, when we go to entertainment, to Prime Television, here's a warning to those who are looking out for our children and grandchildren.
Just wanted to check in on the entertainment world for a second and let you all know that Prime Video is really excited about the new series that they're bringing to your living room starting this Friday. So if you have Prime and if you have kids, you're probably going to want to know that this is now going to be an option for them to fill their minds with. Check it out.
It's called The Story of Hell. I've played this video before. Okay. And basically they're telling you what they believe, that Adam and Lilith refused. They fled to the garden, that basically Lucifer was the good one. Satan is the one basically that they're lifting up to the children in these cartoons as the good guy, and God Almighty, the creator, was the bad one. And as this all plays out, we've got a few suggestions on what can be done by us. And I thought this was excellent advice for all of us to keep our children safe.
Sorry, Mom. I'll make you proud. Oh my gosh, it's that bad. That is the state of your living room entertainment in America 2024. Obviously, There are some solutions to this madness. And the first is to pull your dang Prime subscription and let them know why. Let them know that you're not okay with this being entertainment. They get to choose the shows that they put on their platform. Let them know that you're pulling your subscription because they chose this garbage. Once you've done that, load up on some good resources, some good apps that are actually providing something that is better than this junk. I don't know why we get so stuck in feeling like we have to go with the masses and have Prime and have Disney Plus, but there are good alternatives. Here you go. We love Dude Perfect. Those guys are hilarious. They have an app. They're Christians. I've never seen anything controversial with characters or thoughts or things that they do. My kids love them. Canon Plus app, I've told you guys about for a long time, is a library of entertainment and education. I let my kids go to town on that app, and I've never had anything but a good experience within what they offer. Answers.tv is another one of my absolute favorite apps. This is
So we've got some more, and then we've got Right Now Media. So it's amazing some of the things that we can do to get the information out, especially helping those that, we talked about our kids, our grandkids, and more. But watch this.
How old are your granddaughters?
They are 6 and 8.
Would you support them to get hormone blockers to become the other gender?
I would absolutely support them to get hormone blockers. The idea of one of my granddaughters learning that they're going to start having their period if they don't get their hormones blocked, even though they're identifying and portraying as a male, how horrible that would be. So yes, definitely.
If your granddaughter came to you and wanted to get a tattoo, what would you say?
That would be more difficult. I always told my 3 sons, the one thing I ask is please don't get tattoos.
Really? Why tattoos?
There's just something so permanent about it.
Permanent?
It's pretty permanent. It's very difficult to get them lasered off or removed.
You don't think it's like permanent to change your gender?
Boom. And there was a smirk and a smile when she realized just how stupid the tattoo reference was in answering, how permanent that was, yet it's okay to have the blockers or change your gender. The world we live in. Gender reassignment surgery doubles risk of suicide for men. This came from Elon Musk. He's been posting a lot of stuff out on the world of X, used to be Twitter. He also said, so yeah, the legacy media is super racist. Referring to the rabbit hole, the likelihood of a newspaper mentioning a murderer's race depends on the murderer's race, right? We're seeing a lot of media hiding when it is a minority that commits a crime. They don't like to talk about it. But when it's white person, it's blown up through even the national media. More than 8 million migrants will soon be living in the U.S., 167 increase in years. Elon Musk said that's growing rapidly every single day. Mass shootings in Philadelphia. 2 black male suspects have been arrested over a mass shooting at a bus stop. Injured 8 children on March 6th. Elon Musk seems to be hardly any coverage of this mass shooting. The legacy media is racist against Asians, whites, so only prints crimes that are involving those races. Why? Everything seems to be twisted. Evil is being propped up. Good is being thrown out the door. That's what is happening through the media, through our television screens, through entertainment, through Hollywood, and more. Pepe Deluxe, the only thing that will save America other than what we are doing is for more of God's people awake to the war we are in to stand up and be counted. We need to get too big to rig in more than just elections. We are totally asleep collectively. Star seed commanders have more truth. You wonder why the modern church has no answers? They are asleep. They don't know anything about what's going on and have no answers that a lost world would be interested in hearing. There is no power. Nobody wearing armor because they aren't contending with the world. Nobody getting saved because nobody can get lost when everybody is okay and nobody calls out sin as wrong. This is difficult for everyone. One of the hardest parts has been traveling and walking into buildings they call churches with the name on it. And when you walk in, it's lattes and mochas and a little bit of talking here about what you might be suffering with today and how we can help. Very little of the Word of God is shared nowadays, is what I've been noticing. It's been difficult. But there have also been many pastors out there who I've been receiving word from in many of those in 10 congregations where the truth is actually being taught. And to those, I salute you, and we continue to hope to see more bold pastors out there standing up for truth in their body of believers as we head into these strange times day after day. I think the road's going to get very bumpy the rest of this year, but we continue to have faith and stay in prayer, especially for real leaders who are out there doing all they can on the front lines for all of us.
For nothing is secret that shall not be made manifest, neither anything hid that shall not be known and come abroad.
Let's pray. Heavenly Father, thank you once again for all that you continue to do in and through so many people who are fighting for our country and getting the truth out. We saw Wesley Hunt today dropping the hammer on voter ID. We saw President Trump with a victory. We see those that are out there like Matt Kim's podcast giving us choices, clear choices. Protect him. As we see those that are standing on the front lines like Representative Armstrong, ensuring that the truth is coming out with questions that are asked. Harriet Hagman. So many others that continue to just show us what is really going on day after day in their small world that they can get out to the public as best they can. So many need a wake-up call. So many need to be saved. We know that you're in full control and your grace and mercy is allowing us to have the time to get the word out. That your son died for us, that any of those who believe in him, call out the name of Jesus, believe that he died on the cross and rose again after 3 days, will be saved. We thank you for that sacrifice of your son for all of us. May we continue to be protected. In Jesus' name, I pray. Amen. Thank you so much for your support, folks. Thank you for listening. And if you made it all the way through, really appreciate your support, your prayers, and more. There's a lot going on and many positive things on our end. And we just ask for continued prayers. These things continue to fall into place. Again, consider coming on the cruise with us August 11th through 18th. Love to have you. For now, this is LT saying Semper Fi, with them we know. Signing out.
All right, that was LT with And We Know. Up next. Oh boy, what do we have next? Up next, we are going to get into an interview with Louis Herms, Nicholas Veniamin. And then after that, we've got Big Brother is Watching. Here we go.
Hello and welcome. Today we've got Louis Herms and we are going to be discussing the Satanism behind Little Nas and the exposure of, Ryan Garcia. He's been talking a lot, and Kate Middleton. Now, just before we begin, you can subscribe to my Instagram channel at nicholas.veniamin for all my daily newsreels. Louis, thank you so much for joining me, sir. How are you and what have you been up to?
I am super, super good. Up to a lot. In the background, I'm working with a board of supervisors, not the board of supervisors, but fixing a mess that the board of supervisors are illegally put us in through election fraud. I'm working on that a little bit. I'm working on something called the Unity Project, which will be fun. in regards to bringing some the truthers and some other well-known people and stars together. When I say stars, I'm talking about the non-satanic controlled stars. Some of them are in Nashville, and some of them are like rappers that you may know about on a song that we're producing right now. So I think it's going to be pretty awesome, and just a ton of stuff, as you know. And then I'm going to be speaking across the country at a couple places.
No, absolutely. It's very interesting. Now, let's talk about Kate Middleton, Princess Kate Middleton, who apologizes for editing a family photo, which is public interest because the public is losing, trust. What are your thoughts about this? Because apparently she also hasn't been seen since Christmas because she went in for surgery on her around her abdominals. And obviously, Prince Philip has got cancer. The Queen's died. The Pope's dying. Jacob Rothschild. So much is going on around here. So this is the end. I mean, we're entering the age of Aquarius, the golden age. So all of these pillars of the deep state are collapsing. What are your thoughts?
You just summarized everything. Have a nice day. That was perfect. It's the truth, though. It's this, everything's breaking down. And in fact, a movie I'll be producing called Breaking Babylon addresses a lot of this, because that's exactly what's going on. Kate Middleton's an interesting situation. Here's what she reminds me of. If you've ever, let's talk about some Hollywood stars. You have The Rock. You have Sandra Bullock and that type. Very engaging, just the sweetest people in the world, so on and so forth. But we know in the background, there's all pedophilia agenda in Hollywood, and it's quite sick. I believe that, including Kate, they MK Ultra these people to come out in public and be the most amazing, engaging people you've ever seen, when that's not exactly who they are. So I believe there's a control mechanism here, and I think maybe you do too. I believe it may be the good guys that are kind of controlling these people right now. So in regards to Kate Middleton, I mean, the Photoshop people, it's very interesting. What happened is she put out this photo. In fact, I'll show it on my screen here. And I don't know who's doing the editing on this, but I picked this one because it was pretty cool what they did. So she put out this photo, right? And it has all these issues in it. I think there's 12 different issues in the photo. And what happened immediately, people started calling out the issues. And very nice. Some of them were like, hey, this appears Photoshop. That's weird. Was she editing? Blah, blah, blah. And the supporters of Kate Middleton went bonkers. They went wacky, crazy. And they're like, how dare you say this is Photoshop? She's not like that. She would never do anything like that. And then, ironically, she comes out and says, here's her quote: like many amateur photographers, I do occasionally experiment with editing. I wanted to express my apologies for any confusion the family photograph we shared yesterday caused. I hope everyone celebrating had a very happy Mother's Day. See. Interesting. Okay. So she admits to it. And then what happens is, after she admits to it, the same people that were going crazy saying, how dare you say she photoshopped, said what? They said, oh, everybody edits their pictures. What's the problem? This is how mind controlled these people are, right? Because they idolize them. Interesting enough, even though Kate Middleton said she did all this, Prince William took credit for the picture. So now it's getting really weird. So people are just saying, leave Kate alone. Don't mess with her. She just went through a trauma, blah, 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 blah. Now, I'm going to read real quick. So this person that did this, and I couldn't find the source of this, so I apologize, because I like to give credit where credit's due. They're saying the window knob in the background, which you can barely see, would not have a reflection. I don't know. That may or not be true. His shoulder wouldn't be up with this type of weight distribution. That could be true. It says the pattern is mismatched, which it is. So this looks like it was a Photoshop error. Right here, it's only her hand is blurred, which is weird. That would be a Photoshop error. His fingers have been cut off. There's a blur here. I don't know if his fingers are cut off or it's bent backwards. It surely looks like it is cut off. So anyways, it goes on and on and on. So they point out all the issues in the photograph. But here's my question. Is it really Photoshopped? Or was this AI?
Or exactly, or was it done on purpose so that the royals could fall, so that people could lose trust in them as a strategic plan? I hate using the word plan. It just sounds so fantastic.
I know. It is.
You know,
But
like
it's a great question you're asking, because the reality is she's the darling of the royal family. Would you agree with that?
Well, yeah.
So if in order to break down the royal family further, they're going to have to expose her as different than she is. So somebody's lying here, you know what I mean? But this appears to be AI. And the reason why I say that, because it's been coming out a lot lately that all these AI pictures that are manipulated. And it's very, very obvious. And AI could have easily done this, and this would have been the type of mistakes they made. So I think this is interesting. I don't generally dive into stories like this, but I think it is interesting because I do believe, like you do, this is part of the fall of the cabal, and this is the exposure phase that we're dealing with right now.
But why did it even need to happen? Why couldn't they just take a normal family photo? I mean, we've heard that she's not been seen and she's been ill, but which could be one of the reasons why she wasn't available to take a picture, which is why they needed to make a fake photo and edit it. But what's going on here? Why is she in hospital? Is she what is going on?
Well, as assuming, okay, what we do know is that they were very silent about what was going on with her in the hospital. I mean, there was almost a news media blackout from what I hear in your country, where they weren't talking about it at all. They're talking about her being there, and there was speculation, but the family really never came out and said what's going on. So what is going on? Maybe this photo is a cover-up for something really serious going on with their health. But this seems very similar to other things. It seems very similar to the Queen, and it seems very, very similar to was it Prince Philip, I believe it was, and it seems very similar to over here, Secretary Austin, right? So there's all these secret emergencies, right? And then they kind of disappear off the scene. So I wonder, it could be maybe this is the deep state trying to hold cover for as long as they possibly can. And maybe they did this, because they don't have her on film saying this was photoshopped. They have a written statement, which could have been written by anybody saying this is photoshopped.
But why the deep state? For me, it's more the white hats would be doing this to say, look, now we need to destabilize the royal family, so now people can wake up. So what are we going to do, to get them to lose trust in the royal family, because we know they're so corrupt. So now we need to deprogram them from all the brainwashing. Oh, I know what we do. Let's make a photograph where it's clearly edited, and now they're going to lose trust. What do you think about that?
I know it's very plausible. I'm never the guy that pretends like I know if I don't know.
Yeah.
Because what I do know is I disagree with people saying everything is white hats or everything is deep state. I think the reality is we're in a war, and there's a back and forth that's going constantly. So I could see a situation where the good guys are starting to take out the royal family, and the royal family are starting to run cover, right? So they're going to put anything out there they can to make it look like they're still viable. Or your scenario could make sense also, because it was the worst editing on a photo, and this is the way I think the white hats are doing it. I call them gray hats. So I believe your scenario could be possible also. So I'm not going to say I know. I think it's a very fun conversation though, because we are in a time that's never been seen before in this Great Awakening.
I have to say, one thing I feel in my intuition is that whatever's going on, this photo that was edited was put out there and edited on purpose to get the attention of the public. But I don't know if it's black hat, white hat, or something. No idea, but I think it was done intentionally.
Yeah, I think it is. Now, a lot of people say, why are you even talking about the royal family and this and entertainment and so on and so forth? Because it's relevant. It's relevant to the takedown of these crazies. I mean, I don't know. I could have sworn that the royal family was part of hunting parties and satanic rituals, right? So it's a big deal when these people start falling. And I definitely don't believe that she touched this photo at all. So I don't know who did it, but I definitely believe it was put out there, and she may not even be on the scene anymore. Or she could be, I don't know.
Wouldn't it be bizarre that for all we know, she might not even be around?
Right.
And this could all be played out by the deep state or the other guys or her family members, or I don't know, but she might not even be around.
That's my feeling. And it's only a feeling. I have no evidence whatsoever. I have a feeling this is what's going on. The same thing that happened with Secretary Austin on this side of the pond. Suddenly he disappeared, and then he's had this certain surgery, and then he has to move away, and he has other people taking care of his business. And the person that was actually interviewed a little bit later for a short time didn't look anything like him. So there's definitely something going on. And the question for me right now is the deep state running cover to roll the facade out as long as they possibly can because they're getting their butts kicked? Or is it the good guys that keep making these people look like fools?
Now, apart from this happening, there's also other things going on where people who are younger, who are in the celebrity world, in music and in boxing, etc. There are going to be people who are going to be speaking out. Okay, we've got Little Nas, who's a rapper singer, and Ryan Garcia, who is a boxer. And Ryan Garcia has been saying that he's got proof of Bohemian Grove. He dresses in black. No, that's a Little Nas. But the black cloak is Little Nas. But Ryan Garcia was talking about how he was tied up, forced to watch a child get raped. Sorry to put it bluntly, but it's really not nice. And he was absolutely disgusted. It really disturbed him. And when you see something like that, and you're 25 years old like Ryan, and you're not married, you don't have any kids, what do you have to lose? And the real answer is nothing. You've got nothing to lose. And if that's really affected you and you see that and something shifts inside of you and says, well, actually, I have purpose now, real purpose. I really want to make a difference for the children. I'm going to speak out, and this is what he's done. He's went live and he's spoken out. And then Little Nas, on the other hand, spoke out on a podcast regarding himself, talking about, that their agenda is to make the world gay. And he's pushing that on his music videos with satanic and demonic references. He gets dressed in black cloaks in, ceremonies, and they talk about world domination, and they want everybody to turn gay for one of the depopulation agendas. But why is he also talking that out? Because he looks like doesn't really care. He just does his job. He gets paid, doesn't really care at all. But what I do think, well done to you, is, well, you're telling the truth. You're on podcast and you're telling the world what's going on here. At least I give him credit for that. So these two, Ryan Garcia and Little Nas, are coming out speaking of these things. So I don't see, I mean, you said something like this 10, 15, 20 years ago, you'd get assassinated. But these people feel they can. So something is going on. They are losing power. But why do you think they have so much ease at saying what's going on and exposing it?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think they believe they have some form of protection, or somebody talked to them and said, now it's time. Little Nas is an interesting one. In fact, because remember, I'll show the screen here. This was his shoe.
I saw
right?
that. Yeah.
And that's filled with blood. It's 666. It's got the pentagram. It's everything, you know, and it's total. It's a total homage to Satan. So it doesn't seem like his character. Now, notice he put Luke 10:18 here too. And if you read about Luke 10:18, it pretty much explains why he made the shoe. But this is an homage to Satan. But interesting enough, Little Nas just put out a clip of one of his songs coming up, and just a small clip of it. So he, and it seems like a lot of rappers now, Nick, are coming forward. A lot of them. So we've heard for years that the heads of, they call it the black music industry. That's what they call it themselves, right? They said the heads have been grooming these guys, and you have to have homosexual activity or you can't even record a record. That's how bad we're told it has been. So Little Nas is now exposing this. Now remember, he said years ago that he was going to expose all of Hollywood and all the industry, but he's just done a little bits and pieces. It seems like he's taken it a little farther now. His song that he just threw out a clip with, and this is what it's getting people freaking out a little bit. And just one section in it, it says 7th grade feigning for D, and you know what D is, right? And sending homies some pics. So at 7th grade, he's talking about having these homosexual relationships and sexting his friends, right? And then he talks about how the fact this is part of the industry and it's mandatory, it's grooming, right? And now it's very interesting, right? He's now talking about Jesus Christ. He even has a song named J Christ, right? But this is the same guy that's promoting those shoes. So it's really weird. And I'm almost wondering if some of these people were placed to act a certain way in order to expose the industry. Like it could be the good guys controlling them. So a great example would be Megan Fox and Machine Gun Kelly. They're over the top with the drinking the blood and the Satanism, things like that. I wonder if this is part of the exposure, and then they'll come out and tell on Hollywood like Little Nas is telling on the rap industry. Does that make sense?
Well, yeah, I think that's a good strategy to go over the top, you know, because it was all very subliminal before, but now that it's all in your face. And maybe the way for people to see it and to scream loud and tell the people, look what's going on, wake the hell up, is we need to be over the top with this satanic stuff so that people can see it. And people are seeing it. So it's definitely working. The deep state or Illuminati, they've never liked doing things over the top. They only like doing things over the top when nobody's watching. But when it's on the front, you know, the public front, they like to do things subliminally, so and get you to like it and trick you into it. It's very trickery and deceitful.
Yes, but there are some rituals that they do all the time, and in public we just don't recognize them because we don't have a trained eye. Now, if you're part of the Masonic Satanic Order, they recognize these. They say, oh, so here's a great one. You know, John Cena just came out fully naked at the Oscars.
Oh, I saw that one. Yes. Humiliation.
Exactly. So it's a humiliation ritual. This is what they're known for. So the question is, are the good guys saying, John, this is what you need to do? If you don't mind, expose them. And he's like, yeah, cool, I'll do it. Or was it a humiliation ritual from the deep state? I believe there is still deep state elements that have control of a lot, and they're good guys. And that's why we're in a war. I never have bought the full good guys are in complete control or the deep state's in complete control. I believe it's a war. We win one, they win one. We win two, they win one. So we're slowly gaining ground on them. But I think we have the momentum. And ultimately, we can't count on anybody. It's you, me, it's we, the people that are going to take back our cities and our countries and so on and so forth.
And what they do, I heard, is that they don't want to stitch on it. They're so corrupt. So in order for them to create this club where nobody stitches up on each other, they blackmail each other. So what they do is they put the gun to their heads and they say, we want you to do this and we're going to film it. Right. So they've got now evidence of them doing something which they never wanted to do, or forced into it because they said, if you don't do it, we're going to kill you. So now they've got all this footage. And if that person finds out what the other person's doing, they won't snitch because we've got this videotape of you. We'll show the world.
That's right.
So, and they're all doing this. And this is how nobody wants to snitch on each other, and it's terrible.
So the way it happens is you have somebody that has talent, right? And they only go to a certain level. So if you're not part of their club, you're limited on how far you can excel, right? So they come to you, they go, great, this is great. Why don't you be part of our club? And they go, well, what's your club? Oh, we just have this nice get together and we do this and we kind of have these fun little ritual type things. They're like, okay, so let's have a party. They bring them into the party. They've already opted in. Remember, that's what you have to do with the devil. You have to opt in. So they already opted in. Now they drug them and they put them in a compromising position with other people who are in a separate room, right? And then they do exactly what you said. Then they hold that against them and they say, now you need to do everything or we're going to expose this to you. By the way, all those people there were wearing masks, Nick. So a person like Little Nas or whoever would have never known who they're dealing with. So you can't tell on them. Nobody would believe it. And they say, if you tell on us, we're going to kill you anyway. So you might as well go along with it or we're going to expose you. It's very, very sinister, but very calculated. They do it the same way every single time. And it's very successful also.
No, absolutely. Definitely. Now, I want to talk about this glutathione supplement that we both use. It's very good. And we've been attacked by the company because they've been told by the FDA that we've been making claims, which are not claims. They're very honest testimonials that I had from one of my people who has been taking this benefits, and it got rid of a skin disorder that they had. I can't say the name, but it begins with EX. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. But it completely got rid of it. And that was their testimony. That was their experience when they were using it. And you hardly promote or talk about anything unless you believe in it, because I know yourself, Lewis, you're very funny and picky about what you talk about and what you let your viewers about. Would you like to tell us more about that?
Yeah, first I'd like to say that the FDA, and I know that people might find this controversial, but the FDA is the security arm for Big Pharma. And for poisoned food all across the United States. They do not care about we the people. They never cared about we the people. That's not what it's about. It's a political security arm for the deep state corporations that run Big Pharma and big agriculture. That's what the FDA is. So anything that could get somebody healthy without serious side effects and not owned by Big Pharma, they target. They targeted the supplement industry, and there was a Republican named Orrin Hatch that pretty much saved the supplement industry when the FDA was going after him. I think it was in the 80s and the 90s. So we have to understand who the enemy is, and the FDA is your enemy. They don't care anything about you. They're your absolute enemy. They certify meat that has been injected with all these hormones and poisons and antibiotics, and that's the meat they certify. So they're the worst. So what happens is, I believe a company like Numi is a target of the FDA because they're getting phenomenal results. They're a very wholesome and pure.
Okay, guys, and this is where we're going to end it because we're not going to be covering his medical stuff. Just not going to do it. Not going to do it. Not going to do it. All right, here we go. Let's get into our next one. SGT report. Big Brother's watching, and I will be fast forwarding through his commercials.
So the World Economic Forum is working with the corporations. This is really where they're putting all their effort right now, is the corporations, to put these systems in place. And this is kind of their end run around the Constitution.
Hey friends, thanks so much for tuning in. Sean from SGT Report here. That was Glenn Meter from privacyacademy.com and the Liberty Zeppelin, and he's here to break down everything you need to know about how to stay private and keep your privacy online, and to protect your assets and good name from the demon creatures at the World Economic Forum, the United Nations, and the corporatocracy. Thanks so much for tuning in, friends. Before we start, just a quick word about our sponsor. It turns out the key to losing weight and keeping it off in carbs or fat or even other foods, building any healthy weight, as well as more energy and healthy life, down to a specific switch you can flush out unnecessary calories. Better eat calls this caloric bypass. And activating this specific process in your body, you've seen thousands of people dramatically improve their health, even at age 50 and beyond. Once they simply address this one key to their health, this is associated with improved digestion, strengthening joints and muscles, super skin, and healthier lives. Dr. Stephen Battery has lost 70 pounds himself using his research and he's kept weight off for over 20 years and counting. His videos have been watched by over 20 million people a day. You can watch it and learn more about it at healthyfat.com/SGT. It's linked at the bottom of this video. But I can teach you exactly how he kept his weight off for free at healthyfat.com/SGT. Click the link below this video. Hey friends, welcome back. Thank you so very, very much for tuning in. It's Sean from SGT Report. Guys, as the World Economic Forum and even governments like our own, and especially the one in Canada, continue to crack down on free speech and continue to spy on their own citizens. By the way, I'm not a citizen, I'm a man on the land, as are you, dear listener, or maybe you're a woman on the land. Regardless, we really appreciate you tuning in. I'm really glad to bring you this broadcast, guys. This one is all about security and privacy and how to maintain it online and in your life. I have Glenn Meter on the line. He's the founder of Privacy Academy, an online platform that teaches people the absolutely vital skills of how to get private and stay private online. He also has a newsletter called Liberty Zeppelin, in which he talks about freedom and the global march to absolute tyranny. Glenn, welcome to the show. How are you?
Good. Thank you very much.
Well, I'm very glad to have you here. We are going to start with a soundbite to cue this thing up from the lovely Eva, whose last name I can't pronounce, but here she is talking about the World Economic Forum and the central bank digital currency. Guys, you want to be tracked and traced for the rest of history? Yeah, that's what you want? Then comply with what they've got coming. Listen to this.
The digital identity is not just a passport that you will have on your iPhone in a digital form. It entails just about everything the government would like to know about you. And yesterday in the Dutch media, we saw a perfect example of what it could entail in the near future. We had the CEO of one of the largest Dutch banks say, why don't we start with a personal carbon credit? A carbon wallet, she called it, actually.
Yeah.
So right in line with the plans that the World Economic Forum people have for us. And she said it in a way that was particularly funny. She said, well, if everyone gets an individual personal carbon credit, why don't we make it so that rich people who, for example, want to go on holiday a little too often can buy personal carbon credit from other people who, for example, can't afford buying plane tickets or eating meat too often. So we can that way swap it out.
Glenn, I'm coming back to you. It's neo-feudalism. I think that best describes this scheme. But thank God people like you, people like me, people like Alex Jones, people like even Elon Musk to some degree are speaking out against this. What do you make of the scheme that you just heard described there by the lovely Eva?
Well, she's exactly right. And it is, I consider humanity is at a crossroads. I really think that we have a window of time within the next couple years before we see the system that they're putting in place, that they're trying to put in place, but it's not in place yet. And this is our time to stop it. We must stop it now, because once they put it into place, it's going to be too late. It's going to be very difficult to stop at that point. And that's, I wrote an article recently about this called, I don't remember what the title is, but the basic premise was, what legacy are you leaving your children? And in the past generations, we've all been about, okay, let's leave our children a lot of money so that they can live, in freedom because they have money. But now that's not what it's about. It's about, we need to ensure freedom in our society moving forward. This is the legacy we need to leave our children. And if we look back on this time, let's say in 30 years, and we look back on this and we see that our children and their children are enslaved, we're all enslaved by these people. that's on us. We have to stop this.
Yep. It's up to each and every one of us to get informed, inform others, and then encourage everyone we know to not comply, because this whole system, as my listeners know, relies on our compliance. See, the same is true with that bioweapon masquerading as a vaccine. That whole depopulation agenda required people's compliance. And now people are catching on, and the uptake for the new boosters is falling off a cliff. Nobody wants this bioweapon once they realize that's what it is. So compliance, let's talk about that. What would you advise our listeners to do to not comply to what's coming? Because you know what the enemy's going to do. They're going to say, oh, well, the dollar just crashed. The economy's just crashed. If you want your universal basic income, if you want that free money every month, you have to comply. What advice do you have for people at that point? I'm not going to comply, by the way.
Yeah.
I'm financially secure. I don't need their damn money. I don't want their damn money. It's blood money. And I want to separate my ship from this corporatocracy, this broken private corporation masquerading as our government.
Yeah. So there's a few key principles that I talk about, and this is kind of getting away from the privacy side of things, but the freedom is really the fundamental part of it. The key, I think, is that we have to remember, and we can never let them take this away from us. Our rights come from God and not from the state. And that means that they don't have the authority to take our rights away. And as long as we hold true to that, and I think this is what the main difference that we have seen over the past many years of New Zealand, Australia, Canada, and much of Europe, and the blue states in the US totally just fell into line with this COVID narrative, and they fell into the tyranny, and they wanted the tyranny. But where it stopped was the red states, and the red states are the ones that believe they still hold true to the fact that our rights come from God. And I was talking to Brian Peckford. Brian Peckford is he is the last living signer of the Canadian Charter, which is the equivalent of our Bill of Rights. So they didn't have the Bill of Rights until the 80s. And so he's the last living signer of the Bill of Rights for Canada. And we were talking about this, and I said, what is the difference there in Canada versus the US? And the difference, and we both came to this conclusion, the difference is that in the US, it's in our DNA. We believe that our rights come from God and that the government doesn't have the authority to take those rights away. And I think that's the foundation of where we need to be. But another foundation that we need to think about is, where do we get our news? I think you have to, not only do you have to pay less attention to mainstream news, I think you have to totally disconnect from mainstream news, because it is propaganda, but it's not just propaganda, it's brainwashing, and they have very sophisticated brainwashing mechanisms in place. And if you watch mainstream news, you're going to fall in line, even if you are skeptical, even if you have your eyes open, it's going to soften you up, and they're going to be able to change your perspective on things. And they control this narrative completely. The mainstream narrative is absolutely controlled. This is why they want to crush freedom of speech. And I think we must stand strong with the freedom of speech. We cannot let them, talk about this misinformation, disinformation. They're the ones that are providing misinformation, disinformation. And it's up to us. We have the right. This is why it's the First Amendment to the Constitution. Is everything else depends on our ability to speak freedom of speech and also freedom of the press. We must hold true to this. And so part of our fight for this has to be that we absolutely insist that there is no restriction on freedom of speech, especially as it pertains to politics and social causes, social issues, all of that stuff. These things in England where people are getting thrown in jail for hate crimes because they're not using people's preferred pronouns. That is, the whole thing comes down to they're putting all the pieces in place. That's what I was saying. They're putting all the pieces in place. They're not together as a unified system yet. But as soon as they do the digital ID, the central bank digital currency, then they have the pieces in place that they need for the social credit system, which will enslave us and enslave us for future generations.
Yep.
I mean, forever.
Well, that's their goal. But now Trump has said there will never be a CBDC under his watch. We'll see how that plays out. But you said something interesting when you were describing the blue states during the lockdowns. They wanted the tyranny. See, that's what we're up against right now in this country. Half the people love the tyranny. Half the people are so brainwashed and broken. You know, imagine how they break a wild horse. These people have been broken. They've been broke by the New World Order, and they fall in line, and they love the tyranny. They love to be told what to do and when to do it. That is not the American spirit. So it really crushes my heart to watch half the country fall to this tyrannical despotism and cheer for it. They literally cheer for it. And by the way, you hit the nail on the head. Our audience knows very well that the mainstream horror mockingbird media is a CIA psychological operation. And I don't care whether you're watching Rachel Maddow, Lester Holt, or Andrea Mitchell. These people are CIA mockingbirds, okay? They gaslight the American people. I said many times, Glenn, I've said many times, if you want to know the CIA's talking points, if you want to know what the CIA wants the American people to believe, watch the NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, America's most trusted newsman, we're told. Are you kidding me? It's such a frickin' joke. So I want to tell people something really important, guys. Glenn is going to do a free webinar this Thursday, March 14th, at 7 p.m. Central, guys, a free 1-hour webinar about how to secure your privacy and security online with a Q&A following that 1-hour presentation. Absolutely free. Sign up. Well, Glenn, how do they sign up? Let me show your website, by the way. How do people sign up for that free webinar?
Well, we will give you a link to that, and you can just send it out to your people if you want to do that.
I know Tom Woods. Here's the quote. My readers absolutely rave about Glenn Meter's privacy action plan. Here's how anyone, regardless of tech knowledge, can secure their online privacy. Everybody's working from home using Wi-Fi. What are some of the biggest threats we face every day that we're online that maybe people don't even realize, Glenn?
Yeah, so when we teach about privacy, we talk about three main threats. So there's hackers and scammers, there's big tech, and then there's Big Brother. And if you look at all three of those are very serious threats, each of those. And so you've got to look at each one of them separately, but they do work together, especially Big Tech and Big Brother work together. They collude a lot. But if we look at those three, you know, hackers and scammers is definitely something that you have to be concerned about. The threats there are really growing exponentially. It is very serious, but nothing is as serious as the threat that Big Brother has. It is, you know, Big Brother has the power to crush our rights and our freedoms, and it attracts the power seekers, the powerful psychopaths. And Big Brother, they are working with the World Economic Forum and all the governments around the world in a very sophisticated move to enslave the human race, like I said. So it's an existential threat to humanity. And you'll see that they are quietly putting in place the digital IDs. The digital IDs is very important. And so a lot of this is happening behind the scenes, but you'll hear more and more about this. And they will use every means at their disposal to get us to approve the digital ID. So, for example, they'll say, you know, this is how we are going to protect your kids from pornography online. If everyone has a digital ID and they're not allowed to get online without that digital ID that tracks them and knows exactly who they are, that's how we're going to protect people from kids from porn online.
Well, let me interject. I love that analogy because it's kind of spot on. And again, it's problem, reaction, solution, just like we're seeing in New York State right now. Oh, illegals have flooded New York City. Illegals are attacking cops and attacking white people and attacking everybody. And then they're let out right away. No bail, no jail, right? And so now what do we need? Problem, reaction, solution? Oh, because illegals, thank you, Joe Biden, we need to have the military in the subways. Okay, so there goes your Fourth Amendment. There goes many more of your Bill of Rights. You got to tell you, man, these people are so diabolical. I hate the blue states. I hate the blue state governments, man. These people are the enemies of the republic.
Yeah, and what you're saying there with the problem reaction, all of that stuff. Another example will be, okay, all these stores are being looted and they're moving out, and a lot of them, what they're doing is they're locking down all of the shelving, or they're locking access to the store. That is what they want to do for the digital ID. So you're not going to be able to get into those stores unless you have the digital ID. And a lot of this stuff will be rolled out by the corporations. So the World Economic Forum is working with the corporations. This is really where they're putting all their effort right now, is the corporations, to put these systems in place. And this is kind of their end run around the Constitution. So the corporations are like Walgreens. They're just going to say, okay, well, you've got to have this app. We've got to be able to scan your face, or have your little chip implanted that then allows us to give you access to the store so that you can get your groceries or whatever. So that's another example of what you're talking about there. That's exactly what they're doing.
And let me ask you too, I've seen videos. I was trying to search for one while you were talking. I can't find it. I've seen this guy before. He's a really smart, kind of nerdy tech guy. But this guy's very interesting because he'll sit down and he'll describe how he can create fake Wi-Fi networks that look just like your own Wi-Fi network. And if you don't know that that's happening, you click on it and he's got all your information. He's got your passwords. He's got everything. How in the world do people protect themselves from just that, just for starters?
Yeah. So that's why you need a VPN. A VPN is so VPN, and I'm sure everybody's heard of a VPN. There's hundreds of VPNs out there. Basically what it is it's software that you put on your computer or your phone that then connects to one of the VPN's servers, and they've got hundreds of servers all around the world. And so it will form an encrypted connection between your computer and that server, and then you get onto the internet from that server, not from your location. And that's important because, first of all, your internet service provider, such as Verizon or Cox Cable or Spectrum or whatever, they're legally allowed to watch you and record everything that you do and then sell that data. And they do that. I mean, it's totally wrong. It's a total invasion of your privacy, but this is legal. And one of the reasons they make it legal is because it's not only Google and Facebook and all these other companies that buy that information, but this is another way that the government gets around the Constitution. Okay, well, we're just buying this information that's commercially available, that's out there. So they're able to watch you online with that. But this is another way that you protect yourself. You also protect yourself from Wi-Fi snooping, like what you're talking about with a VPN too. But there's an important thing you have to understand, and we're going to go through this in the webinar. I'm going to explain this process, and I'm going to tell you where to get a good VPN and all that stuff. But you have to trust your VPN. You have to get a good VPN. It's not just enough to go out and get a VPN, because the VPN can see what you're doing. So the VPN that you're using is hiding your activities from, your internet service provider, Wi-Fi sniffers, all of that stuff. But the VPN company can see what you're doing. So you have to get a good VPN company that is trusted, that's audited, that we know what their practices are. It's open source, all of that stuff. So it's important that you get a good VPN.
So let me ask you this though, and I understand VPNs and how they work for the most part, but when it comes to the tech thieves, essentially the hackers, who, let's just say one is sitting in a coffee shop or at the airport. You go to the airport now, and generally you can log onto their Wi-Fi for free.
Yep.
So if one of these hackers is sitting near you with one of these devices, unbeknownst to you, and they create a fake Wi-Fi network that looks exactly like the Starbucks free login network or the one at the airport, and you accidentally click on it because you think it's legitimate, but you actually click on this Wi-Fi connection created by this thief, this hacker, does a VPN doesn't protect you in that case, does it? Because he can still see your keystrokes and passwords, can he?
No, that it does protect against that. That's one of the main purposes of that. So basically what that's called a man in the middle attack, where they're they want your traffic to go through them. So they're doing basically what the internet service provider is. They're watching everything that you're doing. But if that traffic that you're using is encrypted, then they can't see that. Now, I will put a little caveat on that VPNs, what you have to do when you get a VPN is you have to turn on the kill switch. So VPNs will either call it a kill switch or an always on switch. And you have to turn that on because they leave it off by default because, again, most people like convenience over privacy and security. But basically what happens is when your computer or your phone connects to that server that's on the VPN, that's part of the VPN's company, if something happens with that VPN, let's say it goes down or something like that, and that connection breaks, if you don't have the kill switch on, the VPN will let you onto the internet unprotected. But if you have that kill switch turned on, if there is something that happens between you and that server, then you'll just lose internet. So you won't be able to get online until you switch the server that you're on. But that allows you that gives you that confidence that as long as I'm online, I know that I'm protected.
Guys, apologies for this real quick break. In a word about our sponsor. If you keep your money in a bank, listen up. Your savings are at risk. A good portion of the banking system is under extreme stress, and some have actually collapsed. The dangers are clearer than ever. Car loans are defaulting. Credit card debt is ballooning to an all-time high. Commercial real estate is collapsing. But there is a safe and easy way to protect your financial future. Gold. Without guarantees of any kind, investing in anything is always a risk. But gold is outside the government's reach and safe from economic policies like trillions and trillions of dollars in debt. In fact, this government is adding $1 trillion of debt every 100 days. Gold allows you to lock in today's value and face tomorrow's uncertainty. Don't wait for the next headline crash or bankrupt. Contact Noble Investments today and safeguard your tomorrow. As always, they'll do a free quarter ounce gold standard coin as a thank you for rolling a qualified account. Just visit nobleinvestments.com. Claim your gold coin. Call them 877-646-5347. The link is below. Let's talk about the social credit system and social credit scores. This is what they want to move us toward, and it's a system of control, clearly, because I'll just be frank, I've got a credit score of around 850, so pretty darn good credit, and that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about a social credit score. So you take the old credit system, right? Like, oh, you pay your bills. You pay your bills on time. You pay back your debts. You get rewarded with a great credit score. Credit becomes cheaper for you because you're really good with money. That's not what we're talking about here. What they want is something similar, right? But you won't get approved for the loan because your social credit score is tanking because maybe you're too outspoken about Zionism. Maybe you're too outspoken about the genocide in Gaza. Maybe you're too outspoken about the rollout of a central bank digital currency and how it will be the end of human freedom. Maybe you're outspoken against the World Economic Forum or the bioweapon masquerading as a vaccine. Well, guess what? Your social credit score will be in the absolute tank and you won't be able to buy or sell. That is the model they want to implement. Do you think I'm overstating that at all, Glenn?
No, not at all. This is something that we can see what they're going to do because this is what China is doing right now. And the people that are in power just love what China is doing. And this is really their ultimate goal with the digital ID and the central bank digital currency and all that stuff. So let me just explain it in what they're doing in China, because they're doing a little bit different thing here, but they're just hiding it. They're disguising it a little bit differently here than what they're doing in China. So in China, they've got total surveillance, and they have digital IDs, and they've been rolling this out. And they've got they've got the equivalent of a central bank digital currency, and they're meshing it all together. And what they're doing is they're not only watching what you do financially, but they're doing everything, like you say. So if you speak out against the government, let's say you're an investigative journalist and you want to investigate corruption in the government, okay, you're going to get a big hit to your score. If you are, and you could even get blacklisted. I mean, there's some people think there's some good things to it too. Like if you take your dog for a walk and you don't pick up after your dog, you're going to get a hit to your score. If you don't visit your mother every month, you're going to get a hit to your score. If you play video games for more than like 14 hours a month, then you're going to get a hit to your score. But then on the other hand, if you speak highly about the government, you're going to get you're going to get a higher score. And so it's all a reward punishment thing. So if you have a high score, you get your kids into good schools, you get on the best dating sites, you get the best jobs, you can work for the government, which is the best job that you can get over there. but businesses also have a social credit score, so they can't hire people with low social credit scores. If you have a low social credit score, you're not going to be able to get a flight. And if it goes lower, you're not going to get a train. If it goes lower, you're not going to be able to get a bus. And so they have a stated goal of, if you are a good citizen, you're going to be free as a bird. If you are a bad citizen, you can't move an inch. That's what they say. But it's not just, we can look at it in different ways. So they restrict people geographically, socially, and financially. So geographically, I just kind of went through that, but financially, you're not going to get a good job. You're not going to get loans. You're not going to get all of that stuff. But socially, you're not going to be able to, like I said, get on a good dating site. If you get blacklisted, if your score gets low enough, you're going to get blacklisted. And if someone tries to call you on the phone and you are blacklisted, what they're going to get is a message on the phone that says, this person has been blacklisted. If you continue with this this call and you talk to this person, you're going to get a hit to your score. Are you sure you want to continue with this call? And who's going to do that? No one's going to do that, right? So you're going to be socially isolated at that point, right? So what China's doing is they're being pretty upfront about this. Chinese people, and really, let me say it this way: the reason that they're trying to destroy the West is because we have this ideal of individual liberty. In China, they don't have that ideal. So the Chinese government can just be upfront with what they're doing. We want to turn you into a good citizen because that's the good of the whole, right? We want you to be a good member of society, and so this is what we're doing, period. And then there's a lot of Chinese people that really love that. They think it's a great thing. It's turning people into good citizens. People would never put up with that here in the US. You couldn't say, okay, we're turning you into good citizens. So what they're doing with it here, they're doing the same thing, but they're doing it for these causes. So this is why they're doing global warming. They're pushing global warming so much. They want to do social carbon credit scores, like what Eva was talking about at the beginning here. And so we're each going to get this carbon credit score, and it's for the greater good. So you have to abide by this carbon credit score or you're being irresponsible. So if you use too much credit for the month, which there will be many different forms of this, your electric car is not going to charge fully for the month. This is why they want us to all move to electric cars, because they can control electric cars totally. They can say, okay, well, Glenn has been a bad boy this month and he can only charge his car up to 40% of the total. We can limit how far his car goes. There's all kinds of different ways that they can do this. They want to have smart homes so that they can limit other things that we do in our house. That's one of the ways that they want to control us. But also this hate law speech and the the social equity thing, where if you're not using somebody's personal pronouns that they choose, so someone chooses they them as their personal pronouns, and if I don't do that, if I don't play that game, then I'm going to be immediately hit with a fine.
Yeah.
And this is
how they are trying to force people to comply with the New World Order. All of this stuff is completely anti-human, 100% anti-human, anti-freedom, anti-liberty. It is like the pits of hell. It's like Lucifer himself, and I think that's probably the case, worked with this people to roll out this system that you're describing. And of course, have you seen what they do to dogs in China, guys? They boil dogs alive to make food. It's about as horrific as anything I've ever seen. And of course, forced abortion, that was a big thing there for a long time.
Yeah.
You can continue, but I did want to ask you before I forget, what role is AI playing in this global surveillance state? Because this Gemini AI rolled out by Google, they say we messed up. They didn't mess up. They didn't mess up. It was programmed to give the results it gave. It was programmed to essentially erase white people from history. And Google, in my view, is one of the most evil corporations on planet Earth. Their moniker used to be, "Don't be evil." Well, now they are inherently, explicitly evil. And they don't work as a search engine, Glenn. That does not work as a search engine anymore. It works as a filter out the truth engine. I mean, if you want to compare and contrast search engines, go to Bing, type in anything you want to look for, guys, and then do the exact same word search at Google. You'll be shocked at the differences in the returns. Bing still operates at least a little bit like a real search engine. Google does not. Google is officialdom. Google is deep state. And Google's Gemini is an absolute horror show. So much so that it is the most embarrassing thing that's ever happened to the company. And God, I wish it would bring them down. Anyway, I'm babbling. What does AI, how does AI play a role in the surveillance state? Because clearly it can be used for good or evil. And in Google's case, they programmed it to be evil.
Yeah. Okay. So let's start off with, why did they create AI? Because most people think of like, okay, Commander Data from Star Trek, you know, an intelligent like machine that thinks like a human. That's not why they created AI. What the reason they created AI is because they have so much data that they're collecting about us that they need to be able to put that into, they need to be able to use it, and they need to be able to use that to really truly understand us at a deep level. And what most people don't understand is we're actually pretty habit driven creatures, and so we're pretty predictable. And so what they're able to do with AI is we're able to take all of those things, and they're able to learn our hot buttons. What do we care about? What do we not care about? What's going to make us angry? What's going to make us fall in love? What's going to make us, all of these things. They know all of this stuff. And so this is why they created AI. And so AI is like I consider it like an FBI agent looking over your shoulder at 24/7, looking at you, and not only looking at you, but also controlling what you see. This is where they want to, this is what they're doing with it. This is why they're doing it. And I have a very interesting story about this. If you have a couple minutes, you want me to tell you the story?
Yeah, please.
So my son was on TikTok. So my son, like many boys, went through pretty tough time around his 20s. He was really in a pretty tough time, right? And so he was working as a line cook in a restaurant, and he was particularly upset and really angry that day. And he was listening to one song over and over and over, like the whole day. He was listening to one song. And so he was working on this as his line cook, and then he gets off and he goes on and he opens up TikTok, and there's a meme there, and it says, and it's one of these cartoon pictures. This is like 3 or 4 years ago. It's like one of these cartoon pictures, but it's like a really dark, disturbed cartoon picture of a line chef. And the wording above it said, when you're a line cook and you're angry and depressed and you listen to the same song 24 hours a day and you want to kill yourself. I mean, I literally think that was an AI generated image that was designed specifically for him to push him over the edge at that moment.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, when I said that, you know, a few years ago, they said there's no way that AI could generate that kind of, you know, that kind of stuff on the fly. What are you, crazy? But now we can see it's just clear as day that it can generate any image that it wants to instantly. Just with you type in a couple words, AI can generate a amazing image of just with those couple words. And so this is the way I look at it: is President Xi, who's the president of China, and TikTok is a Chinese-owned company. President Xi goes to the president of TikTok and says, okay, I want you to destabilize the youth in America. I want you to screw them up. And so they then go and they tell their AI program to basically to destabilize kids in America. And so AI can look at they know everything about you, and they can see where you are now. And then it's kind of like Google Maps, where it's like, okay, you're here now, we want to take you over here, which is depraved, depression, suicide. And so we're going to take you from here to there, and each person will take their own customized route to that location. But this is one of the reasons I think that the US is so screwed up now. And if you look at the difference between TikTok in China and TikTok in America, 60 Minutes did a report about this. And 60 Minutes said TikTok in China is like the spinach version, where it's showing kids, traditions and how to, do it yourself stuff, and how to be a man, and how to be a woman, and all that stuff. Whereas you look at American stuff, and it's depraved, it's drug, it's suicide, it's activism, it's sexual, the gender dysphoria stuff, all of that stuff. I think it is directly related to this. And by the way, I don't think Facebook is any better than TikTok, but I think TikTok has a very clear purpose. They want to destabilize us and the American place. And I think this is really one of the things that's going on behind the scenes.
Yeah. Yeah. I know that TikTok is very different in different parts of the world than it is here. It is a psychological operation to damage our children. That's what it is. Not only to get them obsessed with the technology and buried in their phones so they're not living a real life every single day, but beyond that, it is a demoralization tool. It is meant to demoralize our young people, brainwash them so they can break this country. This is World War III we're describing, guys. World War III is being waged right now against all of us, against our families. Of course, the open borders, just one of the many vector points in this World War III against humanity. Social credit scores, central bank digital currencies, the collapse of the grid, the collapse of the dollar eventually. I mean, the dollar is hyperinflating when priced in Bitcoin, guys. Bitcoin just hit a new all-time high, 72,500 today, as this stinking government prints another $1 trillion in new debt every 100 days. Not sustainable, guys. So everything we're talking about here is coming to a theater near you. Please do not comply. Glenn, can you tell us about the live event on Thursday night? That's this Thursday, April 14th at 7 p.m. Central. Guys, it's a 1-hour class about how to secure your privacy and security online, with a question and answer period after. Do I have that right, Glenn?
Yes. Yeah. And I want to say that everything that we're talking about, the core level of this is surveillance. They want to surveil you. And so there is a lot you can do to escape the surveillance, actually. Like, for example, 98% of all phones on the planet are either Apple or Google. So, the companies and the countries and governments in control only need to control those two companies to control us. But we need to be aware of the issues. We need to be aware of the need for privacy. We need to de-Google ourselves. We need to de-big tech ourselves. We need to stop just thinking about convenience. We need to think about privacy alternatives. And one of the analogies I say is, we all know that we need to close the bathroom door when we go into the bathroom because we want to be private, right? The problem is when we're online is we don't know how we are being spied on. So yes, we want to be private. We want to be private, but there's no instinctual awareness of how we are being spied on. So we do need that extra layer of awareness to learn how we're being spied on, which then allows us to protect ourselves.
Yeah, I think this is a subject everybody is on the periphery really interested in, and they know they need to learn about it and get smart as it pertains to maintaining privacy online. But it's one of those deals we always put on the back burner because there's so many other things we're dealing with. So if you guys want to get engaged and educated on this issue, the thing to do is sign up for the free webinar on Thursday night, March 14th at 7 p.m. Central. I will leave the link below. And I guess in the meantime, Glenn, people can visit you at your website, libertyzep.com, and of course, privacyacademy.com. Tell us about Liberty Zeppelin before we let you go.
So Liberty Zeppelin is my newsletter, and the website is Liberty Zep, just because it's easier to spell than Zeppelin. though, libertyzep.com. And Liberty Zeppelin is, I've been writing this newsletter for over 10 years, and it's about freedom, and it's about the need to be free. And so it takes a little bit wider view than the Privacy Academy. Privacy Academy is about privacy and security. And I do talk about politics there just because you got to understand the reason for being private, but I don't go deep dive into it. On the Liberty Zeppelin, I go deep dive and we talk about issues and, what we can do to protect ourselves and our children and our way of life. So that's what Liberty Zeppelin is.
All right. Very good. All right, guys. Our guest has been Glenn Meter. The websites, privacyacademy.com, libertyzep.com. And if you want to sign up for that free webinar on Thursday night, April 14th at 7 p.m. Central, the link is below. It's time to really get up to speed on this stuff, guys. We got to protect ourselves, and online security is certainly one of the most important ways to do just that. Glenn, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sean. It was an honor.
Yeah, real pleasure. All right, guys, if you're still with us, thank you so much for tuning in. I'll remind you every single day for free, we've got 3 websites for you in addition to Glenn's sites, thelibertymill.com, thephaser.com, and of course, sgtreport.com. Check us out there 24/7 for the real news, the antidote to corporate propaganda and all of those CIA Mockingbird mainstream media lies. May God truly bless you and yours. Bye-bye.
All right, that was the SGT report. I was hoping to get Dave on because I wanted to do another interview with Donovan Lamb, and I know Dave's got questions for him, and I have not. We haven't gotten this cornered up yet as to doing that. Why did you put that on? Oh my Lord, Mr. Sciatica, you're grounded for a week now. Okay, not just today. You're grounded for a week. Okay, a week. Okay. That woman's hoo-ha's should not be on my screen. Young man, you are in trouble. I click it and it's just right there. Thank you so much for doing that to me. You need some serious help. He's been holding on to this picture for 2 years. There are doctors that will help you. There's medication for this. Okay. There's medicine for this. Oh boy. Okay, where can I go from there? I have nowhere to go. I have nowhere to go. Nowhere. It was dating apps these days. It's like, oh, serious mental health has got to be looked at first. It was I don't know what's real anymore, Michelle. I have no idea. My brain is gone. It's gone. Okay, so all right, well, we can run through X for a few minutes. We'll see if Dave's going to join us or not. If not, then I'll end it for now. We might do one a little bit later. So that way there we can get the Rumble crowd and his X in here too. Yeah. I'm just not going there. Yeah, serious. And I can't, it's, oh my, and the really bad thing is I got to go up here so that I can click that to get away from that. Oh, Mr. Sciatica, you are in so much trouble. Lay down, Liberty. Lay down. All right. Palm Beach County Sheriff destroys the federal government after 3 illegals get arrested for kidnapping and sexually assaulting a woman. The federal government has put the American people in jeopardy. The most dangerous gangs in the world are in Miami. Coming soon to a neighborhood near you.
I'm just here to deliver a message. And the message is, don't think for a minute that what happens at the Mexican border doesn't affect us here. Here you have 3 illegals that should have never been in this country that have committed a very serious crime, kidnapping and sexual battery of a lady. They shouldn't be here. This is the same thing that we saw where the student was killed by the person that was here illegally. That's why we pay so much attention. Folks, our border is the ocean. There's no fence there. We are the fence. That's why we spend as much time as we do and dedicate resources to stopping people before they get here. In all likelihood, these 3 people came through Mexico. They didn't come through here. I can tell you that for sure. We would have checked in our database. But for them to be in this country, to be able to commit these type of crimes is unconscionable. The federal government has put the American people in jeopardy. Our intelligence section, who works very closely with the FBI, has also identified that the most dangerous gangs in the world are now in Miami from Venezuela. They make MS-13 look like school kids. They're not going to stay just in Miami. They're going to go where they need to go to do what they do. They don't know if it's Dade, Broward, Palm Beach County. They just go to do what they're going to do, and we're going to have to deal with them. You know, forget about the 3 million people that came across the border, put their hands up to Border Patrol and says, I give up. You know, they get the cell phone and the gift card and all that kind of garbage. What about the 1.5 million people that they call gotaways? Those are the people that don't want to go to get caught by Border Patrol because they're cartel, they're gang members, they're wanted, they're packing fentanyl. I watched a surveillance video that was taken down in Texas of 10 guys, military age, dressed in camouflage, backpacks. They had carpet on their shoes so they didn't leave footprints, in a military formation coming into the country. What do you think they're here for? They're not here to play the lotto. They're going to do bad things. So the director of the FBI testified that it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when we're going to have something bad happen here. Because in the 1.5 million gotaways, he's worried that there's people from ISIS, people from the terrorist watch list that could be in the United States. Our agency is still the lead agency for Homeland Security for all of South Florida. And every 3 months, we have a meeting to make sure that we're going to be operationally ready for whatever might happen here in South Florida. But people have to pay attention. We need the help of the public also. Our program, if you know something or see something, say something, is very important now. So if you see something you don't think is right, especially with human trafficking, because there's 85,000 kids that are unaccounted for that came across the border. The human traffickers are going to be the ones that are going to prey on those people. And we've made those cases here in South Florida. So if you really know something or you see something, say something. But my message is, don't be complacent, because what is happening at the Mexican border is going to affect us. Any questions?
Sheriff, you've been in law enforcement for a number of years. How would you compare this problem to 10, 20 years ago?
Well, I've actually been in law enforcement for 52 years. This is the worst I've seen it. This is, like I said, unconscionable that the federal government has let this happen. These idiots in Washington, D.C. need to close this border. You know, if you got a leak in your house and water's going all over the place, you don't get a bucket and start cleaning it up. You turn the water off and you stop the leak first. In order for this mess to get cleaned up, they've got to stop what's coming across this border, and it can be done.
And he's right. Can't argue with a word he said. Nope. Okay, how men and women go on vacation. This is so true. I have to agree 100% with this. 100%.
Okay, baby, you ready? No! We're only there for one night.
I know. These are just my shoes. I'll be back.
No, 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 no!
How many of you guys have experienced this? All right, this is going to make every lefty very, very angry, but it's true. Democrats low-key hate black people. They are obsessed with killing black babies. Oh, here we go.
I don't know if it's the people or if it's the programming that was put out there to the people. But why the fuck are y'all so obsessed with abortions? Why is it that the Democrats don't give a fuck about the food on your tables, making sure you can have kids and you can afford to have kids and you can afford to eat and live? Why the fuck is it that the Democrats only care about abortion? Then you gotta ask yourself, why the fuck are the majority of abortion clinics, these kill spaces or kill camps, are in black and brown communities? You can go to any fucking black community you want. Sorry, I just left the gym. You can go to any black community you want. Go down 2 miles and you're gonna see a bunch of fucking shops where they killing black babies. And the craziest thing is if black people only make about 12% of the population, how many of this population, how many people in this population, how many women in this population do you think is eligible to have abortions? Let that sink in. So you mean to tell me that less than 4% of the population is having over 40% of the abortions? They're killing black babies.
Again, can't argue with it. Not one bit. All right. Texas Representative Wesley Hunt drops the hammer on Democrats. Let's hear what he's got to say.
Thank you, Chairman Durbin and Ranking Member Graham, for having me here today to speak about voting rights in America, the country that I love dearly. More importantly, I'm here to talk about the left's soft bigotry of low expectations. Because it's the Democrat Party, not the Republican Party, that thinks so little of Black America as a people of color that they make the case that being Black in America means we can't obtain a government ID to vote. And that's not only a ridiculous assertion, it's demeaning and it's insulting. When it comes down to it, many of my colleagues on the left like to pretend that we're still living in the 1950s. Well, we're not. I've got some good news for you. It's 2024, and I know what year it is because I've been Black for just over 40 years. And I'm also the son of a retired lieutenant colonel who grew up in a segregated South. You see, my parents grew up in a Jim Crow South in the 50s and 60s in New Orleans, Louisiana. Their next generation, my parents had 3 kids. My sister, brother, and I all went to West Point, all 3 of us. We all served our country in combat. And I sit before you today as a sitting United States congressman in a district in a suburb of Houston, Texas, that's a white majority district, that President Trump would have won by 25 points, and I won by almost 30 points. And that doesn't happen unless we've made some incredible progress in this great nation. Now, my colleagues on the left like to say that common sense voting laws, including requiring a government-issued ID, are racist, discriminatory, and burdensome. Do you know what my father had back in the 40s and 50s before it was even cool? A government-issued ID. And continuing in his footsteps, I too have multiple government-issued IDs. And while that might be shocking to many people in this country, people may ask, how's that happen? It's very simple. It's personal responsibility for all Americans in this country, regardless of what you look like. Sitting with me today is my global entry card, my military ID card, my Texas driver's license, my Texas license to carry, because that's how we roll in Texas, my congressional card, and of course, the good old-fashioned American passport. What sorcery is this? What am I, the Black Houdini? How was I able to pull off the impossible and attain not 1, not 2, not 3, but 6 government-issue IDs? Personal responsibility in this country. I fought for this country as an Apache helicopter pilot to protect free and fair elections. And having a government issued ID isn't racist, it's American. You need to have an ID to drive a car, to check into the airport, open a bank account. You need an ID for basically everything to be a responsible adult in this country, except for voting, apparently, according to the left. Black America does not need well-meaning liberals putting their arms around us and telling us how we should go to the polls. In fact, if you look at recent headlines and polls, you will find that Black men specifically in this country are more fired up than ever to participate in the next presidential election. And I think I know why, and I'm really looking forward to these results. For the record, in the 2022 midterms in Georgia, it proved that election integrity and ballot accessibility can be achieved hand in hand. After the 2020 election, Georgia passed a voter election integrity law, and subsequently, the Department of Justice filed a lawsuit against the state of Georgia, alleging that the Georgia law is discriminatory and aims to restrict citizens from voting. President Biden even called this law, and I quote, Jim Crow 2.0. Really? In my humble opinion, referencing Jim Crow for common sense election integrity laws is offensive to those who actually experienced Jim Crow, like my parents and their parents before them. In fact, the law wasn't discriminatory at all, because in the 2022 midterms, Georgia voters shattered voter turnout records across the state. And despite that record-breaking turnout in Georgia, the DOJ lawsuit is still pending. I suspect that it's because that record-breaking turnout resulted in a Republican governor being elected in Georgia, but I digress. I'm going to say the quiet part out loud, which I tend to do. I have a lot of respect for John Lewis, but the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act is not about protecting voting rights. It's about solidifying Democrat power nationally. It's about federal control over state and local elections, which, by the way, is unconstitutional. It's about diminishing the security of our elections. And voter integrity laws aren't discriminatory. They are required for a functioning constitutional republic. I'm going to tell you today, I categorically reject the soft bigotry of low expectations. Black Americans and people of color are proud. We expect more of ourselves. That's what Black excellence really means to me. And above all else, we don't need a new solution to a problem that doesn't exist. Let me be clear. Making it to the polls to vote in person with an ID in this country today is a very low bar, extremely low bar. We can do it. White people can do it. Black people can do it. Americans can do it. And we should all want that for free and fair elections. If you want to be on the right side of history, you should reject the Democrats' party's attempt to wind the clock back 70 years. Because I'm sitting right here in front of you, and I'm here to tell you we've come a long way. Let's continue this progress. Thank you for your time. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, sir, for having me.
Yeah, what he said. What he said. All right. Brave 6th grade girl at Lebanon Schools testified about the boy who was allowed to change in front of her in the girls' locker room. Getting a little bit ridiculous, don't you think?
Just note what school you go to.
My name is Dewan Marshall. I'm a 6th grade student here at LMS. I'm here to discuss the matter with a male being in a female's locker room. Imagine this is you. You're an 11-year-old girl who's coming into school thinking that they're in a safe environment. You go to PE to get ready in the locker room, and you see a boy in there. The first time you saw them, you panicked. Do I change it from a boy? I feel like I'm doing something wrong. Do I take my shirt off? Do I take my pants off? He is doing so I think I should. I see him standing there in his underwear. That was the first time I saw a boy half naked in a school that's supposed to be safe. I wanted to cry. I felt so uncomfortable. The only thing I'm asking for is that all students can change in a locker room that is matched to their gender. If they don't feel comfortable changing, so they could change in a private space alone, making others feel comfortable in their locker room. If I was your daughter and I came to you and said I saw the outline of a male genitalia for the first time in the locker room in a school that's supposed to be safe, I'd hope you would be proactive and find a safe place for all students, not just 1%. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
These kids shouldn't be going through this. These little girls should not be going through this at all. You know, not one bit. You know, Benny Johnson put this out. Speaker Mike Johnson diagnoses Joe Biden's mental decline after meeting with him, leaves him stunned, declares him unfit for office. Here we go.
Do you think the president is mentally fit?
Jesse, I've spent a little bit of time with him, and I'm sad to tell you that I don't think he is. And the reason I'm sad is because we are projecting weakness on the world stage. All of our adversaries around the world can see and follow exactly what you and I and the American people are. We have a weak president, and that's why our enemies are acting so provocatively right now. This is not a game. It's really not a laughing matter. It's a dangerous situation, and this election in November can't get here soon enough.
When you say you spent time with the president and you've determined, in your opinion, that he's not mentally fit enough to be president, what do you mean? What did you see?
I don't mean to be uncharitable here. Look, we respect the office, right? And people can't change how they age. Everybody ages differently. I'm just telling you that President Biden is not on his A game. Can I say it that way? I mean, he's in person. He's rather slow, and obviously his staff handles him very carefully. For more than 6 weeks, I requested a meeting with the president one-on-one. The Speaker of the House and the President of the United States should be able to have a meeting. I needed to talk to him about very serious classified matters regarding national security, and of course the border as well. They couldn't arrange that meeting. They wouldn't arrange that meeting. When he finally relented, he invited 5 others to join us. So, you know, there was the vice president was there, and Chuck Schumer and Mitch McConnell and Hakeem Jeffries. I think that these two offices, the persons who hold these two offices, need to be able to communicate more regularly. And that's been difficult with this president. And frankly, I think it's because they don't want to put me in a room with him alone. They're maybe afraid of what he might say if he goes off script. And again, I'm not trying to be disrespectful. These are just the facts that everybody can see.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right. Up next, Q Clarence.
Did you see that Trump came out and said that he has top secret 17th letter of the alphabet clearance? All right, for those of you that do not know, the 17th letter of the alphabet clearance is a real thing. This kind of clearance is the highest form of top secret clearance that you can get that involves the N-word weapons. Go ahead, think about it, figure that out. It's not that hard. Here's the story. Basically, Trump is being charged with keeping a top secret document at Mar-a-Lago, and he's coming back in the courts saying, but I have 17th letter of the alphabet clearance, so I was allowed to have that document. So special counsel Jack Smith, which is the lawyer that's going after Trump, which, by the way, Trump said is a lunatic, and he looks like something out of Central Casting.
You ever see the picture of the guy? It's like Central Casting. Deranged Jack Smith and the...
This is a company that puts background actors in shows and movies. Do with that what you will. But anyhow, this guy's coming out and saying, we don't see that you have this kind of clearance. And there's this fight going back and forth in the courts of whether he has it or not. The interesting thing is that when you talk about the 17th letter of the alphabet and everything that it comes with, you can talk about devolution, continuity of government, and all those kind of things, which would mean, if it's true, you may not be able to see certain things in your system about what he has or he doesn't have. Big shout out to the man, Gene Ho, for putting this out there today. God bless you. Have a good day.
God bless you too. All right. A feel-good moment. A funny moment. Poor cat. This tortoise understood it can go much faster with the help of a vehicle it also learned how to make effective turns. Yeah, this is good. Here, put me on that thing so I can mess with this cat. You know, I wanted you to have a dog. Man harasses a girl for not putting a grocery cart away. Let me ask you something. You know, some of these guys actually get hired to the stores to go and pick up the grocery carts and bag groceries, right? And it's, you know, it's cool that these people put a thing out there, a cart return thing, but why do we pay somebody at the store to go out and get carts if we've always got to put them away? You know, sometimes I do put it away. Sometimes I don't. Depends on how many things I just got done loading in the vehicle, how far away I am from a return thing. And I generally park pretty far away from the stores. And if this guy came up and was annoying me like he's annoying her, I'd have got out and punched him in his face. I'd have been a lot kinder than she was. Here we go.
I don't really give.
You don't care?
No, because they pay people.
Well, now, ma'am,
money
when you go to the
go up and collect them.
Sure,
I
but
get a kid that I got to get back.
oh, is there a kid starving to death or something?
No, but no.
They also pay. Do you pee on the seat when you use a public restroom? Because they pay people to clean
Wipe
it.
that shit up. That's disgusting.
That's the same idea. Ah, gotcha.
Get a fucking life, man.
The carts are my life. That's why. And don't listen to music while you're in your car. That's not safe, and it's against. I was about to say FAA regulations, DMV regulations. Not supposed to. Oh, what's she doing? She's taking. That's a bumper mic. Oh no, you're littering. Don't be a litter bug. Here, I'll put one on the back of your car here for you. Madam.
Knock it off right now.
Now,
I mean it.
I will if you take your cart back. Would you like to do that for me?
Knock it off.
Knock what off? Be a responsible person?
Touch my stuff.
That's okay. It's for you. See, he's got our phone number on it. You can call.
Don't bother me right now. I mean it.
But you're bothering people by blocking the spot. You understand the correlation, madam?
You're starting this shit. Back the fuck off.
You started it with your cart, ma'am. All I did was ask you.
What they pay people for.
But, ma'am, what you
Leave me the fuck alone.
Why
I
you-
mean it.
Okay,
Leave me.
I got more.
Get the fuck away from me.
What are you doing? You're blocking traffic
No,
now.
you're starting shit.
Ma'am, you started the poop
Do
with your.
not get anywhere near me.
How about this?
Stop. Stop.
Do you want to have a conversation, be civil, or do you want to yell like a big old sour puss?
Me.
I didn't touch you. I never have.
You're touching my shit.
And
Stop.
someone else is going to touch you with your cart when they try to pull in there.
Stop.
Get away.
Sir, did you see what she did with her cart?
Get out of there.
See, now you're overreacting. You're falling for her tricks. I'll give you one right there.
What are you fucking talking about?
That's what I'm talking about. It's the carts.
Stop it.
Madam, look
Leave me the fuck alone.
Madam, why are
People,
you
leave me
reacting this way?
alone.
Why are you not
Leave me alone.
Why are you not
I wanna go on
addressing
with
the
my life.
situation with the cart? You make it hard for other.
Don't come near me again.
I'm not coming near you.
Do not come near my car.
What about the cart?
I don't give, dude. They fucking pay people.
I told you
Leave
the
me
analogy.
alone.
Do you throw trash on the ground because they pay people to pick that up too?
No, they don't pay people to pick it up.
Then what are garbage men for?
Shut the fuck up and leave me. Get
Madam,
away from me.
Madam, I'm not okay. Tell you what, I will leave you alone if you want to take the cart back.
Stay away from me.
Madam, you're blocking traffic again here.
Dude, do not come near my fucking car.
Why are you so angry?
Because you won't leave me alone.
Yeah, I will leave you
Don't do
alone.
that shit.
I will leave you alone if you take your cart back. How about that?
You don't work for these fucking people.
What does that make?
Leave me alone.
Madam, what difference does that make?
God,
It's the principle.
do not come. Get the fuck away from me.
Why are you screaming at me? I'm being a nice guy.
You gotta put shit on the car.
It's a magnet. It's got our bumper magnet so they didn't return my shopping cart like a jerk. I was going to use it.
Why are you antagonizing
I'm not
me?
antagonizing you, ma'am. I'm trying to get you to react. And, uh-oh, what's going on here?
Get the fuck away from me.
What are you doing in your car?
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking hurt you in 2 seconds.
That's against the law, ma'am.
What you're doing is harassing me.
What I'm doing is being a public servant and helping you learn your lesson. You're being a big old.
You got your point.
No, but I would have my point if you would take your cart
Leave me
back.
alone.
See, what you're doing is she's doing a classic thing
Away from me.
by overreacting. By overreacting, what you're doing is trying to make yourself into the victim. When everybody with the cart's the victim. Thank you. Please knock at her. She's being a.
Stop.
All right, because you're causing a public safety nuisance. I will stop.
I'm about to call the cops. No.
Let me explain. You don't know the whole story. Yes, you do. How do you know?
I don't care.
Yes, you do need to care. Because
I don't care. I'm a random person. I
exactly.
People have to go.
That's why I'm stopping. That's why I'm stopping.
Okay.
Because she's
You have
causing.
to go.
I understand that. I understand that. Madam, this is the problem. Is you don't want to hear and have a conversation. You just want to yell and scream and be a sourpuss again. But I am cart narketeers. You might say, "Oh, what's he doing?"
So, you know, I don't care how she was dressed. She was 100% in the right. They pay people to go out and get the fucking shopping carts. They pay them. Leave people the fuck alone. You know, testing if true. Somehow I think it is, but I've been wrong before, so I am sure someone will quickly point out my wrongness. Let's see what he's talking about here. The pilot who transported the Giant.
This video is what you were waiting for. The direct interview with the pilot who transported the 15 feet tall Kandahar Giant.
Back in 2005, I was actually stationed or deployed to Qatar. It was a completely normal mission for us. We were not alerted for anything abnormal. It was in the middle of the day. I remember coming into a base in Afghanistan called Bagram. Back in those days, it was pretty austere. It was an old Russian air base that we were using. It's basically built in a bowl in the mountains where you have to stay high right up in the last minute, and then you basically come screaming back down to land. The area to the side of it was called the Valley of Death because during the Soviet days with the Mujahideen, they had fired their rockets into a lot of the helicopters, so you can see all kinds of wrecks and stuff in the valley below, which for the most part I didn't pay attention to because I was a little busy getting the airplane on the ground safely. We landed and basically was told to taxi to the very end of the tarmac. And like I said, it was middle of the day, very hot. I remember that. We opened the doors and unloaded the equipment that we had brought in. And then we were met at the aircraft by what we later on called the babysitters. But they kind of introduced themselves and said, hey, no cameras, nobody's taking pictures here. We're moving some high value stuff. When the load got there, we're very, of course, curious to see what it was, because that's just the way you are when you're told that you're not allowed to have a camera. They say this thing had been dead for maybe a day or two, but it stunk. And when I say stunk, I've smelled dead things before, but this had a more of a, I want to say a musky stink, kind of a, not really a decay, but more of a, if somebody hadn't taken a shower in like 10 years type of a musky stink is all I can tell you. And it was basically a dead guy. And this guy was extremely large. And when I say large, our pallets are basically, if I remember correctly, about 9 by 12 feet or so. This guy was laying in a fetal position on the pallet. So he filled the pallet. We estimated his size at approximately 12 to 10 feet tall. I did see his skin color. I was expecting somebody of more Arabic descent, being in Afghanistan and all. I know he was dead, but he was very pale, very white. Another thing that us and the rest of the crew did was we took our feet. He was in a fetal position, so you could take your feet and put it kind of, you could see where his feet were there, and they were wrapped up. He did not have shoes on, but he had like looked like he was wrapping them in some kind of a canvas type stuff. But we were sticking our feet up next to his feet, and his feet were extremely big. We know that the standard weight on one of those pallets is about 1,500 pounds, and I do remember that the Loadmaster did the weights, and it was around 1,100 pound guy. The pallet sits on dunnage. You know what dunnage is? It's basically like railroad ties so that you can get a forklift underneath it and pick it up. So it was on dunnage, and basic dunnage is like maybe a 4x4. And then the pallet is, say, yay thick. It's actually aluminum and balsa wood. And this guy, I mean, laying down was very, very wide. I mean, and he was, like I said, he's in a fetal position, and you go up and you hit it, and of course he's under a tarp and all that, I understand that, but he was a dense guy. We questioned the babysitters of, hey, where'd you get this guy? And some of the Army guys there with him relayed to us that this guy had, I guess, been living up in the mountains next to a village where the villagers basically treated him like a god. I did infer that they were making sacrifices to this guy because they said they found bones of people. The giant supposedly, like I said, I was not there, supposedly killed the first team that they came across. He was extremely big and fast and agile for a guy that size. They sent up another team, and when the second team went in there to get him, supposedly he had already started to basically eat on the team that had been killed the first time. They then grabbed a helicopter, and the helicopter brought him down where we picked him up. After we loaded the giant, it was just a standard mission back. We took him all the way back to Al Udeid in Qatar, where he was transloaded onto another airplane. I believe it was a C-17. I was done with my mission then. I got away from it. I was done. I did ask some questions later of, where it might have gone. And as the grapevine goes, it was probably taken back to the United States. And the words I heard were right, Pat. But again, I don't know.
So we talked about that Kandahar giant before. I had a conversation with someone who do I want to call him an eyewitness? Yeah, I guess I could call him that. He saw the battle from a distance, I should say. And saw the size of the body that they were loading up after they got done with the battle. So why do they need the body? Why do they need the giant? Why didn't they just put it on TV? Why do they got to keep it hidden? Why does it got to be so secretive? Well, because if people find out that they're giants, then they're going to know that the Bible is true. What did they do with the giant? Where is the giant? Is it at the Smithsonian? Is it hidden on a military base? Exactly what did they do with the giant? It's a good question, isn't it? Yeah, thought so. All right. Okay. So what we're going to do is I'm going to jump off from with you guys right now. Dave is going to set up an additional podcast today. It is going to be today. His friend Ed is coming back into town again. So we will have a 3-man panel tonight. We may send out a couple of invites to some others, John Dunning possibly, and Slow Country as well, to join us. And we will be back with you in a few hours. Not sure exactly what time we're going to get started on that, but I do know that we're going to end up doing it. So with that, I'm going to say, go get some food, go get dinner, stretch your legs, get some things done that you need to do and everything. And we will be back with you guys in just a little bit. God loves you. Jesus loves you. I love you. Peace.